4.5 feet above the.
Okay, it is 2:30, and I will call to order the Lower Smoky Hill Water Supply Access District regular meeting. I will look to staff for confirmation that the Open Meeting Act required notice has been properly provided.
Yes.
Thank you. May we have a roll call?
Mike Hoppick.
Here.
Jerry Ivy.
Here.
Carl Esping.
Here.
Tom Toll. Dr. Trent Davis.
Here.
Greg Linkowitz.
Here.
Doug Remp.
Here.
Okay, that will lead us to public hearings.
Did you want to open the public hearing?
Yes, I'm sorry. I will
I didn't want to know if you wanted to formally open.
Sorry. I will open the public hearing.
Debbie Pack, Director of Finance. There have been no changes since this was presented back in May of 2026. The published amount for the Lower Smoky Hill 2027 budget is $127,799. That is what the projections we get from the Corps every year. So really there's been no changes since our conversation on May 11th, and I would just stand for any questions that you might have. And Martha's also here if you have any questions from the administrative side.
Any questions for? Okay, any comments from the public? Okay, with that, I will close the public hearing and bring it back to the commission for action.
The action we'll need today is just the approval of the public of the 2027 budget for the Lower Smoky Hill. So just a motion for that.
I move we approve the 2027 budget.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve the 2027 budget. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? That item passes 6-0. That will bring us to item 3, approval of the minutes. Are there any additions or corrections to the minutes?
I move we approve the minutes from May 11th.
I'll second that.
We have a motion and a second approving the minutes from May 11, 2026 meeting. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? That item also passes 6-0. Okay, new business, election of officers.
The district board has 4 elected officers: president, vice president, secretary, and treasurer, which is among the group of you board members. I just made note that all of the city commissioners are eligible for nomination to any of these positions, as they will be here through the 2027 year. So we'll open it up for nominations.
Nominate Vice Mayor Jerry Ivy for president.
Okay. Do we need to do these separately, or?
I don't think so.
Okay. And I would move that Greg Linkowitz be elected vice president. And
are you wanting a second, or?
If you're gonna duke it out over the honor of the officership, I guess you'd have to do them one by one.
One.
You can do a slate if you want to just do it.
Probably. I was going to do. We don't have a slate. Okay. We have a motion. Do we have a second for president?
I'll second that.
We have a motion and second for Jerry Ivy to serve as president. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? I made a motion to have Greg Linkowitz serve as the vice president.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to have Greg Linkowitz serve as the vice president. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 6-0. Secretary?
Tom?
Tom's not here.
I'm sorry. Carl.
Yeah.
It's all right. Do you feel more useful as a secretary or a treasurer?
Neither.
Doesn't matter. I've been the secretary for years now, right?
All right, in that case, you're comfortable there?
Yeah.
Nominate Carl Esping as secretary.
I'll second that.
I have a motion and a second nominating Carl Esping as secretary. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Okay, that passes 6-0. Treasurer. Is Tom guilty because he's not here?
I think so.
Okay, I'll make a motion we appoint Tom Toll as treasurer.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second nominating Tom Toll as treasurer. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? That item passes 6-0. Okay, we need to set the next meeting date.
These dates are the dates of city commission meetings in the fourth quarter. We're required to have one meeting per quarter, so that's why these dates are set like that. So, well, actually, if we want to do the fourth quarter, the September ones would not fall in the fourth quarter, so sorry about that.
Is there any dates that work better for you, Carl, and Tom, you think?
I wouldn't think so.
The rest of us are probably going to be here.
Mm-hmm.
I'll be gone on the 26th of October, but
Okay.
it wouldn't be the end of the world.
I'm assuming December 28th is probably not a,
And I would say 23rd's near Thanksgiving, so of November, so
Can't remember what we had last
they
year.
want to
Ninth sounds good.
pick a date, make a motion.
I move we meet November 9th, 2026.
second.
We have a motion and a second to set the next regularly scheduled meeting for the Lower Smoky Hill Water Supply Access District as November 9th of 2026. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? That item passes 6-0. Okay. Any other business? Martha, would anybody like to update us on, or Carl, on the water levels and where we're at on irrigation?
I gave Carl my notes on the lake, so if you want to read them for me, that's fine,
Well,
Carl.
I can ad lib and be here for another half hour. I think it'll be fine.
Come on.
It's kind of a tale of the good and the bad. All these rains we've had was much needed, and then it kept coming and coming and coming. But the lake is now up from, 1461 up to a high of 1468. And now it's dropped a little over a foot and a quarter since. And there is adequate water coming downstream for this. And I'm a river pumper too, of course. But now the dryland people are worried because it is dry. It's hard to understand how we'd have that much rain, but the dryland crops are hurting. But no, it's good. We went western Kansas here a month or so ago when they had back-to-back 8 to 10 inch rains. But that's what helped Canopolis. So yeah, we're very pleased with the way it stands now.
What's conservation level?
61, 63. 63. Got the second time.
Okay. Anything else to add?
I think I started to say they're going to try to lower the lake down to 67, so there'll be a buffer there about 4 feet to play with before we have to be concerned.
Good. Okay. If there's nothing else, I'll accept a motion for adjournment.
Move to adjourn.
Second?
Got a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? We will see everyone back here on November 9th. And Martha, you'll get that date to Tom and everything for November 9th? Or
I'll see him.
You'll see him? Okay. I wasn't sure who was in charge of who, so.
Pretty much, he's retired, see, now, so. But he still comes by about every day, so.
Take this back. We're kicking you out so we can move on to our next.
Well, be that way. Thank you.
We could stay. if
Thank
you
you.
want.
Okay, it is 2:45. I will call to order our study session. Again, we're dealing with the 2027 budget, and I will turn it over to Debbie Pack.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. Debbie Pack, Director of Finance. Today we are going to finish up with some of the funds that we didn't get to at the last meeting, and then circle back around to property tax so that we can get some more finite direction from you as far as how we want to publish that and present it to the county commission or county clerk. So we're going to pick up with the funds that we didn't do last time. That first one on slide 3 is the Business Improvement District Fund. This fund really just captures, it's a pass-through. We capture the fees that are charged to the participants or members of the Downtown Business Improvement District. The city does administer that for them. And then we pass those fees through to them, less a little bit if we have any expenses as far as collection or something like that. So those get passed on to them. They are currently the amount, they run around $125,000 a year, 120, something like that, depending on the members that they have. So we're budgeting $130,000 just to make sure we have enough to cover what they do collect. I have presented here also that one of the decisions that we have to make, or you have to make as a city commission, is whether you have concede to what their board is recommending for increases or non-increases for their fees for the 2027 year. So as you can see, they did do a large increase in 2024 of 30%. This year, they are recommending a 0% increase on those fees. So that will be something that I'll need consensus from you to move forward with. And then later on in the budget process, we are required to come back with an ordinance that adopts those fees for them. So if you have any questions or you want to discuss that fee increase, that would be this would be the time to do so.
Okay. I'm going to abstain from any discussion since I'm a BID member, so
I would add that as far as what their remainder of their budget is, they do get $100,000. We did approve $100,000 from the Salina the Sales Tax Economic Development Fund for their operations, as well as they get CID funds from the Downtown CID, which is about $175,000. So that's about the amount of their budget for an annual year. So.
I will ask any commissioners have comments.
Could you clarify the question you just asked us that we would have to, if we needed to approve?
So Salina Downtown Inc. makes a recommendation to the city on what the BID fees will be. Mm-hmm. And so the city commission is the one that actually sets those fees. So if we want to take we need to know, I guess at this point, do you want to go with their recommendation, or do you want to increase the fees? Do you want to lower the fees? It's really a fee set by the city commission, but we do it at the recommendation of the SDI board, or the BID board. BID and SDI, so Salina Downtown Inc. and BID they're kind of one and the same entity, but they'd have for purposes of our structure, the BID is who makes that recommendation. So at this point, they have not recommended any increase in those fees that go to downtown business owners.
And typically, they would have discussed this with their constituency before they.
And their board members.
Yeah,
yes.
their board always makes a recommendation.
So assuming if there was any fighting, it's already occurred.
Yes.
Okay. Of course, this year it doesn't make a difference because it's 0 increase anyway.
Right.
Do you want a recommendation now?
I would just, if you are okay with that 0%, we'll move forward with that. Because if we changed it, could change what this budget number looks like, but not a lot.
It looks like you have consensus.
Okay, perfect. So the next fund that we'll look at is the Special Parks and Recreation Fund. This fund is funded through the special alcohol tax that the state levies against alcohol and drinking establishments. So 1/3 of that goes to the general fund, 1/3 goes to the park special Parks and Recreation Fund, and then 1/3 goes to our special alcohol fund. We internally use this fund predominantly for playground equipment replacement. So the estimate for revenue comes from the state. So we basically are using that number from them. The number for the expense for 2027 as part of their 10-year or 15-year replacement plan for playgrounds includes the Indian Rock Playground, which was previously the Glenifer Park Playground, and they're requesting $550,000 for that particular program. So that would be what we are proposing as the budget for this particular fund for 2027. Question?
A quick question. With what is proposed, I haven't went out and seen it firsthand. It's my understanding, Thomas Park had substantial playground equipment damage. Is that going to cover being able to take care of the equipment in Thomas Park?
Yeah, so we'll have to look at that. We haven't had an estimate on what that'll cost yet. I'm anticipating that might be an insurance claim, so we'll have to decide whether that's an insurance claim or whether we want to take money out of this fund. But typically how this works, if you see back in the years, it's kind of variable over time. One year we spent $80,000, the next year we spent $168,000, then it's $34,000. We have a 20-year, it's a 20 or 30-year replacement plan for all of our playground equipment, and as those come up, we might save a couple of years in order to do a bigger one, or we may replace a smaller one, just depending on the condition and the timing. So we will come up with a plan for how to fix that, but I think there'll probably be an insurance claim on that. I think it'll be big enough that we can do an insurance claim and replace it that way.
Would there be a deductible on that, or do we have a total?
There will be.
Okay, I didn't know if the deductible was per incident or whatever, so I guess...
Yeah, we'll have more information when that comes up, when we've got it all kind of figured out.
I guess, Commissioner Remp, what I'd say is I think what we've made sure is that we keep this in a separate bucket of money, so if we do have something like that, we can always pull out of it, so...
And if we do need to do that this year,
we
have the opportunity to amend this anytime when we need to.
Well, looking at the expected capital outlay, it looks like you have included ample funds. It's $500,000? Mm-hmm. Or 550,000, where the previous high was 228,000. So.
Yeah, we do expect that this will be a bigger park. A bigger playground. So if it's at a destination park, so if it's at Jerry Ivy, or what we call our destination parks are really like Jerry Ivy, Sunset Park, Oakdale Park, Centennial Park, and Indian Rock. We generally spend more on those playground equipments. They're usually just a little bit bigger. So this would be a bigger year, but we do have money, or we do have a fund balance that's there. So if we need to make adjustments, and I don't know what we spent this year already on playground equipment. That $300,000 is an estimate. It's what's budgeted, but we may not have spent all of that on this year's project. So we'll just have to figure out where we're at with the money that remains in this year's budget, and then kind of back into it. But if we do, because this has a fund balance set aside, we can adjust the budget, or we can amend the budget if we need to at the end of the year to account for some of those one-time strange outlier type incidents.
And then they would obviously change their 15 or 20-year plan. They'd move that back as being replaced and move something else around a little bit to make sure that they still have it in the plan.
Unfortunately, the one at Thomas Park is fairly new. It's only 2 or 3 years old, so I do think there's probably enough value in the one that's there that we will have to look at the insurance side of it and see if it makes sense to do that.
Yeah.
Okie dokie.
Okay. So the next fund, we'll look at a special alcohol. This, as I mentioned, is funded through that state tax. This fund, the city uses and provides grants to our local community agencies who provide substance abuse services, as we were required to do so with this funding. Again, we're just proposing that the budget be enough to cover what we estimate will be the revenue from this funding source, so that we have the ability to pay that out. It's a true pass-through. Every dollar that comes in, those dollars go back out to those entities. Those entities do apply for grants every 2 years. So while these vendors are receiving the subsidy now, that will change next year or the year after that when that 2-year cycle comes back through. So, and this estimate does come from, I think the estimate is $276,000 or something like that for revenue. So we've just upped it to a little bit just to make sure, because you really don't know what's going to be collected. And as always, we'd come back with an amendment if that funding did come in higher than what the state estimated. So. And then I'm not going to stop unless you have questions, so I'll move through these pretty quickly. The next fund is Special Gas Tax Fund. This one we do use for maintenance and street maintenance projects and things like that. As part of the revenue, we also budget the federal fund exchange dollars that we apply for through the state. So this one typically is used for sidewalks and ramps, markings, detection, annual street maintenance like signals and things like that. We're budgeting $2,166,602 compared to an estimated revenue of about $2,175,000. And this too has a fund balance so that any time that something came up, an emergency or something like that, a project they weren't expecting, we would have a little bit of fund balance that if we needed to amend that budget, we certainly could. The next fund is really not a pass-through fund, and it's an internal fund that we created. It's the Neighborhood Park Development Fund, and this is funded through residential building permits. There's a $200 fee that goes into this fund, and it's to be used for neighborhood parks in the neighborhood in which it was collected. So we track where all of those revenues come, what park district, and then when we have issues or things that we need to do in that particular park, we can use some of this funding if we have it available to do those projects. So if we need to replace a picnic table or something like that at Jerry Ivy, and we've had a collection of this funding from that, then we could use this source as a source to do those things in that particular park. The next one is TPEC Fund. We're budgeting. They've been doing a really good job on the expense side, or on the revenue and expense side, but on what they're requesting from us as reimbursement. So we have been able to lower that estimated budget amount to about $880,000. And in this budget, we were also able to reduce what the general fund would transfer to this fund. This particular fund is funded through a general fund transfer, typically $260,000, and as well as transient guest tax, a percentage of the transient guest tax. So with the estimated expense budget on this one, we were able to reduce the general fund's expected transfer by $130,000, and still feel like we'll be able to cover that with the fund balance that's currently there. The next fund is the former Schilling Air Force Fund. This is the fund that's set aside with the Department of Justice grant or funding that we have that we received from them. This looks really huge, $50 million. Typically what we've done in the past is we budget that amount because we know when this fund gets really ramped up and starts working, starts doing a lot of work, it's going to happen very quickly. They estimate that within the first few years they'll spend the majority of this funding, and then the final years will be testing, which are not as the expenses aren't as high in those later years. So we've just always budgeted $50 million because they have that available in their resources to do so, and we want to make sure that once they do ramp up, they can certainly get their projects done through their budget system.
And I just wanted to mention, so if you've seen in the articles on 311 about how big our budget is, this $50 million that we budget every year as an expenditure, even though we haven't spent it, it does kind of have the effect of artificially increasing our budget or making our budget look quite a bit bigger than it actually is. Mm-hmm. There had been some articles that were, I want to say, a little bit misleading about the increase in our budget and how much money we're spending. We have to budget it in order to expend it, but if we don't expend it, it doesn't come against our budget. So it does artificially make it look like our $100+ million budget is $150+ million budget, even though we're not, and we don't anticipate we'll expend all of that, and we may not. It's typically been in this fund a few $1,000,000 a year. At some point, we will expend a large amount. We just don't know when that will be. We're still working through lots of the technical details and trying to get to a point where we are doing some, actually moving dirt and doing things that'll be a little bit more visible. But we anticipate that could be, a year or two in the future.
Debbie,
is the best I can tell.
If you look at this in 2027, it looks like we have a negative balance, and part of that is because that beginning fund balance needs to be is there no way to adjust that? I mean,
You can, and typically what on the forms that we submit to the state, we'll adjust what the 26 budget is because we know we're not going to spend that money in 26. Even though we got approved to spend $50 million in 2026, we will adjust that number knowing that we're probably only going to spend a couple $1 million because we have a better idea now than we did a year and a half ago as to what that number will be. So yes, we could do that on here as well, but when we do it for state's purposes, we will adjust that number.
Okay, because that...
It's like an amendment, but it's not really because it's going down, not up. If that makes sense.
Yeah, but it just, when you look at this, if the public looks at that, they're going, whoa, we're 20, but we haven't spent the 50 million this year, so that needs to come off at some point so that balance looks correct. So,
yes.
Okay.
Yes. And I can certainly do that as I do reporting as well, so that it doesn't get confusing for the public.
That's really just a function of of the requirements from the state, which is really not, it's a budget, but it's really more of a reporting tool than it is like an actual budgetary document. So we have to fill all that paperwork out and send it. It's a huge spreadsheet that's pages and pages and pages long. But what we're really looking at is, the sheets that we have here and what we put into our internal system as an actual budget. So the budget document looks a little bit different than the state forms, just because of the form that you have to submit.
Yeah, I just didn't want somebody looking at this and think we were 28 million in the hole next year. So,
and two, when I produce the budget document that we use internally, I can correct this as well. I'll make a note to make that change.
Okay.
Could we go
even
back,
though we haven't changed it at the state level.
before we get too far, just back to the TPAC.
Sure.
When does that contract expire?
I believe it was a 10-year contract.
Around 2029 or 2030.
Yeah.
Okay, so that number is going to be fixed for a pretty good while, at least the next couple of years anyway.
Yes.
Yeah.
I can't remember. I think it was a 10-year contract.
It was, yeah. We did an extension. Well, we did an extension, so as part of a... OVG spent some money on doing some upgrades. They bought some new table service and some of that. And so in return, they spent about $500,000 on some of the equipment in the facility. And in return for that, we extended the period or the time frame for our agreement. But I believe it goes out to it's either 2029 or 2030. But we still have a few years remaining.
Okay.
And then the next fund is the Workers' Compensation Fund, and we have increased this one a little bit because we're seeing that the claims are going up just a little bit. This is funded through transfers from other departments to pay for this because it is basically a self-insurance fund. And we do have a policy for where that target should be. So as we're seeing that target may fall below what that range is, we increased it $100,000 just to make sure that, because our budget for the last couple of years has been $250,000, so we just increased that $100,000 based on the claims that we're seeing in the last few years, just to make sure we have enough revenue in there to cover those expenses that we anticipate. The last fund is the bond and interest fund. While this fund the source of revenue from this one comes from multiple places. It comes from property tax levied for this particular purpose. It comes from motor vehicle tax that gets the part of the levy for those taxes. It comes from special assessments for those that are levied against properties within those districts, as well as from other funds that have general obligation bonds like the solid waste fund or sanitation fund. Those go into this fund as well as far as revenue sources. On the expense side, that is really driven by the amortization schedules that we have for our currently issued bonds, including what we issued in 2026, because those bond payments will start in 2027. While this looks like it has a pretty large fund balance, I will say, as we've done debt capacity and we've done projections on this fund, because we have a lot of projects that are pretty expensive coming up with West Magnolia and some of those other projects, we anticipate this fund balance to be used probably within the next 5 years for those projects, to be able to debt finance those projects. So that's kind of why we're kind of keeping it close to the tie as far as whether we're balancing it to the zero or giving in a little bit of those funds for that particular project.
And we will be bringing back the capital improvement plan that shows what projects are in what year, and there will be kind of a prioritization exercise there. For some reason, over the last couple of years, it seems like we've had a lot of big projects parked in 2027, and kind of we probably outpaced our capacity to manage those projects and then also to pay for them all in those years. So we do need to look at that and decide, I think we had about 20-some million dollars worth of projects that we had parked in 2027, and we just don't have the capacity as a staff to manage that much in terms of projects. So we will have to kind of rework our 5-year schedule and push some things around, but we'll have kind of the ability for the city commission to say, hey, we think this is the highest priority.
When will we do that? Will we do that next several?
In the next couple of.
I mean, we could do it within the next month if that's what you so chose. Yeah. We don't have to do it. We just need to do it before the end of the year.
Yeah.
So typically we get through the budget and then we come back to that.
Yeah. Okay.
That's typically how we do that. So, but yes, prioritizing those projects from your perspective is going to be important to see. What we've done is kind of internally, as Jacob said, is how can we really do this? And so we've adjusted those dates a little bit based on that perspective, and then we'll need to get from your perspective what those priorities are for the community, and we can kind of do that. It would not affect this budget at all, because those numbers are what we owe now.
Right.
It's not what we would owe in the future, so that could change those numbers for that. So, okay. And so that's all the funds that we have that are being budgeted. The next kind of conversation we need to have, and we started this conversation at the last meeting, is the property tax. I added a few pieces of information in here. Just real quickly go over the timeline. We do have to notify by July 20th whether we're going to exceed revenue neutral rate. And we also have to give them the rate that we will be publishing. So that's why today's was the date that we felt like we needed to come back. I put there's one more meeting, but there's really not, because I copied this slide from last time, so I apologize for that. So we really do need today to know what that rate would be, or what you're comfortable publishing. Now, as I mentioned last time, we can publish a rate. We can always come down. We cannot go over. So if we decide to publish a rate and something happens in the next few weeks where a number, we see a numbers going down, I wouldn't anticipate it a lot, but we see that maybe we don't need that high of a number, we could certainly come down on that number, but we cannot go over that number once we publish it. Because once we publish, we're publishing that this is what it's going to be, this is what the revenue is going to be, and this is when we're going to have a public hearing. So the public kind of knows what that is. And then based on that decision, it drives the rest of the schedule for property tax. So the next slide I wanted to bring back was the general fund, because as we know, the general fund is the one. As we talked about, the debt service fund is the second fund that is the benefit of property tax, but the general fund is the main project or main fund that benefits from those property taxes. Property tax is the second highest revenue source for the city. I believe if I looked at the percentage, it's in the 20%-ish rate. I can't remember exactly. It's in the 20s. The assumptions that we have in this budget are that we would go at the current mill levy rate. Operational budgets are at 2026 amounts. The personnel is at a 1.5% COLA, 1.5% merit, as you directed last month or last meeting, and health insurance premiums are up 5%, and outside agencies are being funded as they requested. The other thing that I did add to this slide that I wanted to make sure that you're aware is to get the budget where it is today, as presented at the $700,000 deficit, we did move some money around as one-time measures. The $130,000 that I mentioned earlier that we were able to not do for TPEC. There were several sales tax capital transfers that we normally do that we felt like we could skip in 2027 and put those in the general fund. And also, as I mentioned the last time, we did propose that we were going to up the annual transfer for tax stabilization in the general fund from sales tax. So with these numbers, the general fund is about $2.3 million in deficit. We would anticipate as sales tax grows that would capture some of this. The calculations that I've calculated would mean that about 6% growth in sales tax would cover what we're kind of at now. Currently, we're at about 4%. Last year, we ended at about a little over 6%, I think. So it's really kind of tough to know with sales tax. We would anticipate that we'd have growth and that we would be able to kind of capture some of this as we go along.
But you said a 6% increase in sales tax with these adjustments would balance the general fund?
A 6% increase annually would take care of what we won't have in the future years from these particular transfers, because these are one-time transfers.
So, okay, I got
So
you.
we would
6%.
have to get 6% growth in sales tax to make up for these transfers, basically. Does that make sense?
Okay.
Okay. The next slide, I think that this hasn't changed from the last time, just giving you the numbers as far as where we have been, as far as what we've levied and what our revenue neutral rate is. I will say that since the last meeting, the county has, in their minutes, in their meeting, stated that they're going to publish at 42.142, which is a 4.8% increase over last year's rate. That is what they're publishing. And in the minutes, they also say their intent is, as always, to look at whether that can be lowered. Also, the airport authority on their, and these are things just that I've found from minutes and things like that, their number is going to come in above the revenue neutral rate. USD 305, I couldn't find any information. There's some other cities, Lawrence is out there stating their numbers are going to be up about 7% from revenue neutral. And so there's just a lot of mixed information out there right now, how people are responding to the new legislation and what they're going to do and how, whether they're going to be over revenue neutral and kind of what those percentages are going to be. But I felt like it was important that you know kind of what's going on out there with other entities that are looking at this decision as well.
And we're really the only entity that has gone revenue neutral
in the county of Salina, yes.
In Salina. So of all the taxing entities, we are the only one that has gone revenue neutral and done it for multiple years in a row. So
right. And that's what that graph on the bottom shows you, that we are the only taxing entity in Salina County, in our district, that our rates have gone down. The rest of them have gone up in the last 5 years. Whether theirs were over revenue neutral or not, they've gone up, which would tell me they're over, because revenue neutral should be going down each year. The next slide that I put in here that I thought was interesting, because as my brain works a little bit, I think, well, what would have happened if we would have just stayed flat for the last 5 years throughout this revenue neutral rate? So the first year I knew this number was pretty good. We went to revenue neutral because it was only going to cost us about $90,000 at that time, and we felt like that's the right thing. Well, we didn't feel like it. That was the conversation we kind of had. But I felt like it was interesting to show that by going the rates we did and not staying flat from that rate that we started with in 2022, we've basically given up about $2.5 million of taxes. And I just thought that was interesting information to have as we make decisions going forward. The next slide, this is the calculation that I was showing you the last meeting of where we would be at different rates. So using the revenue neutral rate, where we would be, using last year's mill levy rate, going 1 mil over the last year's rate, and then going to an amount that staff felt like we could cover that $700,000 shortfall in the general fund. That's where these rates come in. That would be 29.836. Yeah, as it's split out there. And then the next slide is also something that I provided with all those different rates that we discussed that are on that previous page, kind of what effect it has on an average $200,000 home in the city of Salina. By going to that upper rate of 29.836, it's about $29.17 a year, which is about $2.43 a month. Now that's only the city's portion, so that doesn't say that that your tax bill would go up that much. This is we can only control the city's portion, so that would be the effect of the city and what decision we make as far as what rate we feel is the best place for the city to be at this point. So with that, I'll stand for any questions. We do have to provide the county with that rate, and then if necessary with anything that you might have, any changes you might do, if we didn't go with the last year's rate, we'd have to redo our budget numbers just to account for that revenue. That wouldn't affect the expense side at all. We'll need to set our public hearing and then hold that public hearing and have a hearing for exceeding the revenue neutral rate if that's the choice that you make, and then adopt the budget. So that we would anticipate would happen in the next 4 to 6 weeks.
So we will need to take action, though, at the next city commission meeting to set that everything in motion?
Once you give me a consensus today, we don't need to, depends on what that consensus is. If it's above revenue neutral, it gives us a little time. We do not have to take that action until later, because the next action we'll take is to actually set the public hearing date. And that has to be 10 days before the public hearing.
So we can inform the county that we're not going revenue neutral without a public action.
Correct.
So really today, what we need to know, it sounds like the last time we had a discussion, there was at least consensus around using the prior year's mill levy, which would be not going with the revenue neutral rate. And then we presented a couple other options, which would be a 1 mil increase or about a 1.4 mil increase. The 1 mil increase would cover us almost all of our deficit in the general fund. We would have to find a couple $100,000, which we think we can do that within what we have. So if you decide you want to go with just using the same mill levy, we have about $737,000 that we have to either cut or spend into our fund balance, which will be a decision that City Commission can provide some guidance on. If you go up 1 mil, then I think we can cut and not be too impactful, I suppose.
And when this says using prior year mill levy, that in that third box in the lower left-hand corner, 1 mil over, so the current mill level
is 28.568.
Mill levy would be here the same thing as what's called prior year mill levy.
Yes.
In the upper column.
Yes.
Yeah.
Go back to that one page up.
Yes.
So these are kind
even
of
staying the current year.
Yep, these are kind of the decision points. We either stay revenue neutral, which would be a cut in revenue. We go up, or we keep the mill levy the same at 28.568. We go up 1 mil to 29.568, or we go to 29.836, which is about a mil and a 1.4 mils increase.
Or any number thereafter.
But in full disclosure, keeping the prior year mill level is still an increase.
Yes. It is, yes, an increase in tax dollars.
Right.
It's an increase in the dollar amount that we would collect.
Yeah.
Because you have higher tax base.
Right, and that comes close to balancing the general fund budget
Well, it's
within 150,000.
700,000.
700.
so it's about $700,000 off. If you leave the mill rate the same, we're about $700,000 behind. If you
So-
increase it by 1 mil, we're about $200,000 behind. In order to,
So the additional tax, I'm trying to connect the 605,889 to the 737,951. If you
That's the additional tax dollars that we would recognize by using that mill levy rate over what we would recognize as using the revenue neutral rate.
So getting the additional 605, we're still 737?
Yes,
Oh,
Yes.
okay. That's the connection I didn't make.
yes.
So to actually cover that, we'd have to go up.
Have to go up higher, yes.
Okay.
I'll go ahead and just talk just for a moment. I think I made it clear at the last meeting that I would oppose any increase, thinking we should keep the current levy, the current mill levy rate. However, we have ran into substantial storm expenses that we're going to have city staff utilizing a lot of resources for probably a couple of months yet. And if, I know it's only the city's portion, which is only a portion of the overall property taxes, but if the cost to the average homeowner in a $200,000 home, so probably call it more average, $300,000 would be roughly $30 annually. And I think for anybody that's getting any branches picked up or anything like that, it's really pretty cheap with the city stepping up and providing that service for the community. Just, I guess what bottom line I'm saying, I could support the 1 mil over current option.
Well, and again, as this shows, Commissioner Remp, we've done a really good job of staying revenue neutral, which it only lasts for so long because unless your sales tax increases substantially, because we, no, we're not capturing that increase in value and stuff. And the other thing that concerns me is if we don't do that is the discussions in Topeka of how they're going to limit our growth in the coming years could really, and I don't know how that.
I fully anticipate with the change in the governor's office that there will be some restrictions and changes in how we do property taxes at the local level. The problem there is we don't know what those changes are going to be. The state has not necessarily had local governments at the table when they're making up those rules, and so sometimes, we will figure it out. I mean, we'll figure out how to work within the confines of whatever they make. But I do feel like this is probably the last opportunity for us to be able to make the decision locally that we're going to increase at any more than a very small percentage rate, if that makes sense. So yeah, and as Debbie showed you in a couple slides prior, it does have a compounding effect. I mean, it's not increasing that revenue does it does have an impact, and it is. The one thing that I think is frustrating at the state level is they always kind of connect this to CPI, which are, CPI is a basket of goods, milk and bread and things like that. Well, the cities don't buy milk and bread. We buy fire trucks, and public safety inflation is much higher than just the normal inflation out there. So I do think this is kind of the last opportunity that we might have to at least pave our own way. We'll have to figure out what the rules are in the future and work our way through that as well. But this is probably the last time we'll be able to have kind of the full authority to do what we think needs to be done.
Can you explain again The 2027 projects, you said we had too many to handle, and you said if we were to drop or scale back on any of those do not affect this budget?
No, they don't. So the debt service fund, we have set that up in a way where we try to spend kind of about the same amount of money in debt payments each year. So it just so happened that we had a lot of projects that ended up, we had design and they ended up in 2027, and so they will be spread over the next couple of years, so those debt payments won't happen. So depending on what projects you decide, the debt payments won't happen on those projects till 2028 or 2029. And so our goal has always been to kind of keep the debt service fund pretty much level loaded. So, and in 2027 or 2028 or 2029, we'll have other debt that falls off, and so that will free up some of those dollars to be able to put towards the new debt. So we kind of try to schedule it so that as old debt falls off, old projects are paid for, we pick up new debt and new projects are paid for.
And also from a revenue perspective, from the property tax perspective, we've tried to project not increasing the need for more property tax for the debt payments as we go along. The only thing we've done in the projection is this is what our property tax collection would be this year based on our budget. And then if the government, if the state goes to a 3% increase, that's the only increase we've gone. So we try to always put the most property tax that we're collecting into the general fund and not on the debt service fund. So if for some reason those taxes went up and we had excess, we can adjust where it goes within those two funds. But what we've tried to do is make sure that as we project debt service, that we keep that property tax revenue need fairly flat, so that we're not taking it out of the general fund either. So there's kind of two perspectives there: the revenue side and the debt side.
Any other comments?
No. I mean, just doing the simple math, 1 mil over the current mill levy essentially balances close enough balances the budget. And assuming Mother Nature is kind, assuming people don't get sick and run up, I mean, we have fund balances in some areas, but the last 12 months have shown that $30 million ain't as much as you think it is. It can be wiped out pretty quickly.
So consensus, Commissioner Ramp, you were okay with the 1 mil increase?
I could do the 1 mil increase, but I'm still going to push hard that we eliminate some waste, and I think we can find things that we can eliminate, but yeah, I'll support 1 mil over.
Commissioner Linkowitz?
I concur. Unfortunately, I think the math tells us that we need to do 1 mil over.
After being revenue neutral for so many years, I guess we're due for it. And a couple bucks a month isn't.
Commissioner Davis?
Definitely agree.
Okay.
We'll move forward with that then.
Okay, is there anything else? Okay. In 2 weeks, will we have another study session on the budget? Is there anything to bring forward, or are we at that point?
We should not need it.
Okay.
Unless there's something else. We have in the past tried to bring water rates forward and CIP, but with everything that's going on, I don't think we're quite ready to do that. And those don't have to be done within this budget. We can budget around those numbers.
Do those have to be done by end of the year then,
yes,
by December 31st?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
So that we can publish what those rates are going to be,
okay,
and kind of make some decisions on what those projects are going to be, so that staff knows how to move forward with that,
okay,
those steps. We'll try to do it early fall, just because nobody likes to wait till the last minute.
I would like to, within the next 60 days, get to the projects so we can kind of hammer those out. I think that would be would be advantageous for us. So.
Yeah, we're ready to go with that, so at any time we can do that.
Okay. Okay, with that, we will be back in this room at 4 o'clock for the regular scheduled meeting. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, it is 4 o'clock, and I will call the July 13th, 2026 Salina City Commission to order. I will look to staff for confirmation that the Kansas Open Meeting Act required notice has been properly provided.
Yes.
Thank you. May we have roll call?
Mayor Hoppick.
Here.
Commissioner Davis.
Here.
Commissioner Ivy.
Here.
Commissioner Lankwitz.
Here.
Commissioner Remp.
Here.
Will those who are able please stand for a pledge of allegiance and a moment of silence? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. That will lead us to public hearings.
Item 3.1, conduct a public hearing to consider route changes to the CityGo public transportation service.
Okay, I will officially open the public hearing. Mr. Marsh.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. CityGo, the fixed route public transportation service in Salina, Kansas, was launched in 2009 following recommendations from a 2008 study conducted by the University of Kansas Transportation Center. Originally starting with 3 routes, the system has since expanded to 5, and as you'll hear today, they want to expand to 6, adapting to community growth and increased demand. As per the agreement with OCCK, anytime they have route changes or want to add a route, we need to have a public hearing, and then after the public hearing, if the City Commission so desires, they need to approve those changes to make them effective. Trell and Laura from OCCK will be here to walk you through those changes.
Okay. Well, welcome.
Thank you. All right, we are super excited to be talking with you guys today, and anybody that has feedback for us, they're more than welcome to voice that in this conversation, as well as reach out to us. Laura and I will be holding meetings with anybody that wants to talk. One thing that I will say, we have an adjustment in our launch date. In some publications, we have said an August launch, but we wanted to open it up for a little bit more opportunity to recruit drivers, train those drivers, and also allow for public input. We had some public listening sessions outside of this conversation. We would like to get a little bit more engagement there. So go ahead and go to the next slide. All right, so on June 15th and June 16th, we held community listening sessions. July 13th is today. And then October 12th will be our official launch day. So when our buses pull out of that garage, we will be having some adjustments to the current routes, and then have the 6th additional orange route launched that day. Okay, next. All right, new exclamation point, woo! For literally the entire time I have worked at OCCK Transportation, there has been this figment of our imagination orange route. When are we gonna add a 6th route? City's big enough, city's big enough. It's finally happening, so it's super, super exciting. It is intended to serve the south and southwest corridor of Salina. We definitely had to increase the efficiency of Purple. It is our highest used route, the Purple, at over 5,000 per month passengers onboarding there. So Orange will support that Purple so we can drive safely through town, but then also create some on-timeness for that Purple route. With so many people getting on and off, it just naturally puts that Purple behind on their time. The Orange route will hit its stops every half an hour for the entire span of the day. So we are adding 1 additional vehicle, which we currently have in our backup fleet, so no additional vehicle costs outside of fuel and driver time. We're not having to procure additional assets. Okay, next slide. All right, for the yellow route, for the orange route, people can transfer from the Purple, yellow, or red at Planet Dillon's and at Walmart to get to any location. This will serve Salina Tech, K-State, there's a stop at Menards. It will also go around Tony's, Schwann's, connecting people to work, and then also have a stop near the airport for anybody commuting. Then we'll come up, connect at Walmart, and then go over to Lowe's. And then in preparation for potential further expansion, get a little closer to that Avenue A and B, because our next steps later on down the road would be to expand a little farther south to catch employment south there. Okay, next. Purple, like I was mentioning, it is the highest usage of our routes. Oftentimes gets delayed because of those ons and offs, so we needed to address that. Centennial will now be served by the orange. Purple would go down Magnolia, hit Centennial, Schilling, and then back to Walmart. We are removing that to create some flexibility for that route. Next slide. All right, some additional updates. Yellow route, we are going to discontinue the yellow route service to Ash and Oakdale. That is currently being served by the blue, so it will only be served by one route. Ridership data supports that absolutely. And then the mall stop, we will be moving that, and that, because of what the mall is going through, we have already moved that stop. It will be included in this. It is moved a little farther south between Tropical Snow and the gas station. Red route will discontinue service to Kenwood Cove. This past year, it was continuing that to serve a couple of passengers who relied on the red route. They have since changed their traveling patterns, so we can allow blue to be the main service of those two locations. Okay, next. And our continuation of blue. The top map is what we currently do. We have been testing this for a couple of months. We will be adding a second half an hour to the blue to create a very interesting loop there, serving the Ace stop, the connection from downtown to where Ace Hardware is, the Salina Food Bank, and Salina Grace is also there as well. There was a very high need. So when we changed our green route last year, it was very apparent that we needed to get access straight from downtown to that Ace stop. And I drove it a couple weeks ago. My bus was packed. There was only standing room left on that bus, so very, very high usage. Next. We will be adjusting our peak hours by 30 minutes to allow our drivers to change out at 7th and Walnut. Instead of commuting all the way to Walmart to start their peak routes, that is going to save OCCK a significant amount of driver wage time, fuel, and mileage, wear and tear on our vehicles. So by adjusting that 30 minutes, we've recently requested a 5% increase. And with that change and the 5%, we would be able to allow this route to come to fruition without any extra burden on the city. Okay, next slide. Okay, any questions?
Okay, I will start to my right. Commissioner Davis, any questions?
No questions. I'm just marveling at the figuring that goes into coming up with where to go and how to adjust it over time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. This past year, we implemented, or about a year and a half ago, we implemented some new software, and the ridership data that we have been able to gather from that, moving from pen and paper and Excel sheets to a software that is designed to run reports and data, it has been amazing help in getting these routes redesigned.
I don't have any questions either.
No questions.
I just had a couple.
Sure.
You stated on the orange route that there's every 30 minutes is a stop, and I'm guessing the purple's probably the same, or the blue. Are they all 30 minutes, or did some of them have longer waits?
So orange will technically only have one vehicle running on it. We had the stops placed far enough apart that they can cover each of their stops within that 30 minutes and allow the driver some time to stretch, take a restroom break if needed, and then that same driver will repeat that same 30 minutes. The other routes that we have 2 vehicles on it for most of the day, and so that's our regular and our peak buses. So with those 2 buses, the routes are about an hour, 45 minutes to an hour loop, where the orange route is definitely different. And we're interested to see how that you can get where you need to go within that 30 minutes, what that means to Salina. So we'll be asking questions about that.
Okay. And we just, I know you just recently brought your budget, and we
Sure.
approved some funding, and I guess that this was all taken into consideration at that time.
Yes,
So
in that budget request, this was taken into consideration as we created efficiencies and our partnership with the city of Salina for fuel. That was all calculated into this to make sure it was even feasible.
Okay, well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
I will open it up to the public for any questions or comments for these individuals. And if you have any, if you'd please come to the podium and state your name. I'll just talk there. You'll just talk here? Okay. Okay, are there any other comments or questions? If not, I will close the public forum and bring it back to the commission for action.
Mr. Mayor, I move for approval of the recommended route changes.
Second.
We have a motion and a second approving the proposed route changes to the OCCK CityGo fixed route transportation program as presented. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That item passes 5-0. Thank you very much, ladies. That will bring us to the consent agenda.
Item 4.1, consider approval of the June 22nd, 2026 regular meeting minutes. Item 4.2, consider approval of resolution number 26-8360, appointing a member to the Parks and Recreation Advisory Board. And item 4.3, consider consolidating agreements with Axon Enterprise Incorporated and renewing the subsequent agreement for public safety technology, equipment, software, maintenance, and evidence management services for the Salina Police Department in the amount of $1,178,147.84 for a 5-year term.
Okay, because of the size and complexity of item 4.3, I've told the city manager that I would be asking for that to be removed. Are there any other items to be removed from the consent agenda? If not, are there any comments from the public on items 4.1 or 4.2? If not, I would bring it back to the commission for a motion.
Mayor, I move we approve consent agenda items 4.1 and 4.2.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve consent agenda items 4.1 and 4.2. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, that will lead us to item 4.3.
So once again, item 4.3 is to consider consolidating agreements with Axon Enterprise Incorporated and renewing the subsequent agreement for public safety technology, equipment, software, maintenance, and evidence management services for the Salina Police Department in the amount of $1,178,147.84 for a 5-year term.
Hello.
My name is Captain Rachel Larson. I'm in charge of hiring and recruiting for the police department and internal affairs. I am before you today to request to approve a 5-year consolidation agreement with Axon Enterprises for the police department's body-worn cameras, our in-car cameras, our interview room camera systems, our taser program, and our digital evidence management system. We've used Axon technology since 2014, and our video and evidence storage and our less lethal systems have been built around that integrated platform and ecosystem. Rather than continuing to manage 3 different separate contracts with different renewal dates, this proposal consolidates those agreements into a single contract, which simplifies administration and provides long-term financial savings for the city. Compared to renewing each agreement independently, the consolidation agreement is projected to save the city approximately $533,000 over the next 5-year term. The agreement also upgrades our officers from the Taser 10 to Taser 10 platform, which is necessary to maintain the manufacturer support and warranty coverage. In addition, it replaces our body-worn cameras with the new units to ensure reliability and battery efficacy throughout the contract term. And that includes licensing software, maintenance, digital evidence storage, hardware refreshes, live transcription technology to improve report writing efficiency, and virtual reality training simulators for the tasers.
Okay. Does city manager have any comments or about the?
No, this was just a consolidation of all the items, and honestly, it went on the consent agenda. When I first reviewed it, I didn't realize that it was the entire breadth of all of our stuff going on one, so that's how I allowed it to be on the consent agenda. But obviously this is kind of a big deal with the $1.1 million contract, and didn't have time to pull it beforehand. But this is, it's just kind of a standard. We've been paying these amounts of money annually for the last several years. It just kind of wraps it all up into one, lets us move forward. So,
any questions or comments from the commission?
I might have missed it, Rachel, but I see in year 2020, I'm sorry, put these on, year 2029, the price goes up substantially. What kicks in then to drive that price up so much?
Is that with the integration of the contracts, or are you looking at the fees from if we were to renew the contracts independently?
Well, I'm looking at page 3, second to the last paragraph.
Sure.
And I don't know what
that
BWC might be, body worn camera. I don't know.
Yes, that would be for the body worn camera cost. Our current contract for our body worn cameras is good through December of 2028, and that would be the renewed cost starting at 2029 if we were to have to renew that contract separately.
Yeah, that bottom one, that's if we didn't consolidate.
Okay.
If we consolidate, it's the contract costs up above that stays fairly stable with like a $8,000 a year increase, if you see that, Commissioner Imp. So yeah, so without that, there would have been a jump from 219 to 396.
Yeah, I see that here now.
So.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the reason I wanted is we're consolidating a lot, but the good thing is that we're saving about $500,000 by doing it this way. So appreciate that work. So
they're going to reset the existing 3 contracts in, so they're all, no matter when they expire, they're going to reset it back to now. Then.
Ask your question one more time.
You said we have 3 different contracts now.
Yes.
So they're going to reset all these to where they're going to start now.
Yes, they will all be integrated together, and all the times would start September of 2026.
If I may, I can't help but chime in. It's a consolidation. Obviously, it saves us money, but also not having to track all those different deadlines. And if you were to try and change a provider midstream with multiple different systems, that's almost impossible, I would imagine. It'd be very difficult to get a bid to replace part of your fleet with the other part still tied into contract. So, I mean, this would probably set us up to make a better decision when the contract runs out, I would think.
Then we have to do supplemental contracts generally. The other thing that it does is it locks in a 5% interest rate now at today's interest rates for for inflation rates. And then it also locks in today's pricing versus whatever the pricing may be in 2028, 2029, and subsequent years.
Very good.
Seems smart to do.
Just had an observation more about the technology itself. Every time we get an overview of this, I'm impressed, and it just seems like it keeps getting more comprehensive and interconnected. And please correct me if I'm wrong, but like if you activate a taser, that activates the body cam, and it's just that foolproof, so to speak.
Correct. So the benefit of it kind of working essentially as an ecosystem is that they all the systems speak to each other. So when an in-car camera, when lights are activated on a patrol vehicle, it turns on all of automatically turns on all of the cameras within a certain area. When a taser gets activated, it activates all of the cameras that are within a certain distance of that activated taser. everything can be mass labeled together, so you can, we send out evidence links to our cloud-based system. So if citizens have evidence that they want to send us, we send them a link. They can upload their own evidence to the software platform, and all of it is integrated and tied together so that when we have court come up, we also use it to capture images for evidence, so they're uploaded directly from an Axon app directly to the case file, and essentially then everything you'd have under a certain case would all be together and goes over in one nice package. So all the systems speak to each other, which it'd be very difficult to accomplish using different systems.
It's impressive technology. Thank you.
Any questions or comments from the public on this item? Please come to the microphone, give us your name and where you're
Just a
from.
quick question. My name's Christopher Traits. I was the United States Marine invasion of Iraq and all that stuff. What happens to the system if it goes down and all the evidence gets erased? Is there a backup system that saves that?
It's a cloud-based system.
Okay, is that involved with like the data center, stuff like that, to where like you're gonna need a lot of memory to save all that for court, and then you gotta save all that evidence for so many years? Where is that gonna be saved for?
That's housed in a
Could you come to the microphone and
sorry.
answer? I'm sorry,
Oh,
because
yeah, sorry.
people listening online can't hear.
Correct. It's housed through a cloud-based system that is maintained and managed through Axon and by Axon, not us.
And to follow up his question, I guess there's probably a time period in which that has to be retained.
Yes. We have it, depending on what the evidentiary value is, we have it set up to maintain evidence up to indefinitely, depending on what kind of evidence, what type of evidence, what video evidence, etc.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the question.
Thank you.
Okay, anyone else? If not, I will bring it back to the commission for action.
Mayor, I move to authorize the city manager to execute a contract with Axon Enterprise Incorporated for consolidated goods and services in the amount of $1,178,147.84.
Second?
We have a motion and a second authorizing the city manager to execute a contract with Axon Enterprises, Inc. for consolidated goods and services in the amount of $1,178,147.84. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? That item passes 5-0. That will bring us to administration.
Item 5.1, consider authorizing the city manager to execute amendment number 1 to the agreement with Lochner for the East Crawford Street Design and Brookwood Trail Pedestrian Bridge.
Mr. Ritter.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. Rex Ritter, Deputy Public Works Director and City Engineer. I'm here to request City Commission action for Amendment Number 1 to the agreement with Lochner for the East Crawford and Brookwood Trail Pedestrian Bridge. Some background: as part of the approved capital improvement program, the City Commission authorized the City Manager to execute an engineering service agreement with Lochner on August 19th, 2025 for the East Crawford Street design and Brookwood Trail Pedestrian Bridge design. These were two separate projects combined under one project due to proximity and shared hydraulic information. The amended items we are discussing today are a traffic signal design addition. The original scope of services for East Crawford included a signal warrant analysis at the intersection of Crawford Street, Markley Road, and the Salina Presbyterian Manor entrance. Analysis found a signal is not warranted today, but would be warranted within the next 10 years. Designing the signal and adding it to the construction of East Crawford today makes sense from a logistical perspective. This being the contractor would already be on site and avoid having to pay line items twice at more expensive price down the road. These would be something like mobilization, traffic control, and erosion control. It would also help with new configuration of the pavement markings for the new section of Crawford heading east. It would give pedestrian connectivity for residents north of Crawford to Berkeley Family Recreational Area. And ultimately, the most important reason to do it under this contract is to work with the new fire station number 4 to coordinate the signal with the preemptive device. Originally, it was discussed to have a hawk signal that acted as a
pedestrian crossing as well as an emergency signal to stop traffic on Crawford to while the fire trucks are leaving. And so with traffic signal there on Crawford and Markley, that is no longer a possibility, so this signal would be the new print of the device. Again, while it is not warranted today, the residents of Presbyterian Manor have expressed concern over their safety as they try to leave the facility. A traffic warrant based off crash history is based off the intersection geometry, a 1-year and 3-year crash history, and crash severity. There's been 2 crashes just over a month apart in April and May of this year, both side impacts. A 1-year history would require 5 crashes, and a 3-year period would require 6 crashes. So it doesn't meet it now, but within 4 months, we've already had 2 crashes. Signal design was not included in the original contract because results were uncertain at the time of what would be yielded from the analysis. The attached amendment number 1 revises the scope of work and fee to include the traffic signal design under this contract. The next amended item would be detention pond design addition. The original scope of services for Brookwood Trail pedestrian bridge included hydraulic analysis of the existing channel and of the proposed pedestrian bridge. While performing the hydraulic analysis, a more focused amount of detail goes into the hydraulic model than the existing FEMA model. Instead of analyzing the channel as a whole, they analyze a small portion of the 2,000-foot section discussed in this project. An example would be the existing low water crossing on the north side of the channel was not in the FEMA model, but which has been accounted for in the hydraulic model prepared by the engineer under this contract. This more detailed hydraulic model is showing that today's current condition of the channel has a higher water level than what the FEMA model shows. Because of this, achieving a no-rise certificate would require a larger bridge size and additional channel work outside of what would be affordable for this project. To counter this water level rise, we are proposing to add a detention facility on the south side of Crawford to the west of Prairie Lane. There is already an existing detention pond near this location that detains runoff from the new fire station number 4 and a portion of runoff from Berkeley Family Recreational Area. The proposed pond would encompass this existing detention pond just discussed and also expand to the east. The existing box culvert under Crawford Street would act as the metering device during high rain events. This is an investment that resolves an issue that exists today while also addressing the future needs of detention for future development of Crawford to the south. The detention pond would be a regional detention pond. It would be low maintenance, no pumps would be used. An additional positive would be the Crawford Street job is a widening job where we're adding an additional lane, so that's going to require earthwork. And so this would have earthwork right on site where earthwork wouldn't have to be hauled in from a different site. The attached amendment number 1 revises the scope of work and fee to include the analysis and design of a detention pond. And the last scope amendment is the Brookwood Trail pedestrian bridge. Due to the span opening of the pedestrian bridge required, as well as the additional channel changes needed to achieve a no-rise certificate, the cost of the bridge at this time is above what the city is prepared to spend. Currently, the Pheasant Ridge subdivision has no pedestrian access other than the low water crossing on Brookwood Trail. This low water crossing is only usable during dry conditions and is why the city pursued installing a pedestrian bridge. With the addition of a 5-foot sidewalk and a 10-foot hike and bike trail planned for East Crawford, the Pheasant Ridge subdivision will now have pedestrian access besides the low water crossing. A portion of the fee for Brookwood Trail has been billed, but the attached amendment number 1 revises the scope of work and fee to remove the remaining design tasks for Brookwood Trail pedestrian bridge. So a fiscal note, the project will be funded with general obligation bonds supported by property tax. The original East Crawford contract was $297,244.78. The traffic signal supplemental will be $28,995.62, and the detention pond supplemental will be $86,531.28 for a total of $412,771.68. The original Brookwood Trail contract was $79,939.22. The remaining tasks that have not been done that will be removed are $42,837.92 for a total of a contract of $37,101.30. So the original combined contract of Brookwood Trail Pedestrian Bridge and East Crawford is $377,184, and the amended combined contract would be $449,872.98 for a with the additions of the signal, pond, and subtracting the pedestrian bridge. The total contract change is $72,688.98. The action options. Staff has identified the following options for City Commission consideration. Number 1, approve a motion authorizing the City Manager to execute Amendment Number 1 with Lochner for East Crawford project for an additional $115,526.90 for a total design amount of $412,771.68, and to reduce the Brookwood Trail Pedestrian Bridge design by $42,837.92 for a total of $37,101.30. Option 2, approve a motion with amendments as you deem appropriate. Number 3, postpone consideration of approving the motion to a specified date and time and provide staff additional direction, or vote to deny the execution of amendment number 1 and provide staff with any further direction the City Commission deems appropriate. We're recommending number 1. I'll stand for questions.
Okay.
Mr. Ritter, a quick question. And I'm sure I'm not the only one. Where is Brookwood Trail?
Yes, so north of Berkeley Family Center, there's a between Presbyterian Manor and Pheasant Ridge, there's a channel, and it runs to an open field, and Brookwood Trail crosses that. So there's a gravel trail that basically is a low water crossing, so it kind of goes down into a channel where you can cross when there's no water there. And so the idea was to put a pedestrian trail bridge there for when there's water in the channel.
And it leads to where?
It connects that subdivision with other subdivisions to the northeast. So kids that live down there to get to Meadowlark, that's how they would get there.
Okay.
There's no other pedestrian access.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
On the if you on here it shows if you did not do anything with the detention pond, the houses would now be in the floodplain. How many houses does that affect?
So I apologize on that. I didn't portray that accurately. Houses will not go into the floodplain. They'll just need to be revalidated, their LOMAs, their letter of map amendment with the change in the channel with our...
They'd still be out of it, though?
Most likely, yes.
Okay.
But that's without the change. With the
That's
change, they don't
correct.
have to worry about
Yes.
the LOMA.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right.
Thank you.
Yeah, for the traffic warrant at Crawford and Markley, and let's say it does take 10, 15 years for the traffic to build up, how much of that hydraulic study would have to be updated or repeated? I mean, just, the measurements the traffic, would there be any more?
Center.
Right, would there be any more?
I mean, no, we would not need to. We could do additional studies to see if that actually the 10-year did change, or it'd just be traffic counts to see.
So that shouldn't, the water status should not impact the traffic?
No.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, I know we've received several comments from Presbyterian Manor.
Yes,
And,
I was curious. I know she's...
So I'm sure they'll be glad to hear this. So, okay, with that, I'll open it up for comments or questions from the public. Please come to the podium.
My name is Susan Cooper, and I live in that area. And I do agree that the stoplight at Presbyterian Manor and the new fire station is desperately needed. But at this point in time, I don't think we need another project that addresses walking trails or anything like that until there is clean water in all of Salina. No more. Is there an option to get the traffic light because I use that area quite a bit, and I understand what those Presbyterian Manor folks are going through. But I don't think we need to be allocating money, putting more taxes on people for trails that can be done in the future when the infrastructure in Salina is taken care of. Thank you.
Thank you.
It might be worth pointing out that the purpose for this trail is, as stated, so that when it's raining or water's flowing, kids have a safe way to get to school. This is not a tourist trail. This is, when that development was planned several years ago, it was noted that there was no easy pedestrian access for those kids to get to school. So this is as much a safety issue. No matter what's happening in other parts of the city, we still have regular required maintenance, and this is almost a maintenance issue. If it's your grandkid out there and they have to travel through water to get to school, we've received criticism for not having safe access. There just isn't any other way for them to get there.
And how many children use that to get to school on a daily basis?
If it's one child, please. Now, these children walk or ride their bikes.
Tony Johnson, Salina. You brought up school. I don't see that anywhere in here unless I've missed it. But my thing that I was looking at is there's a detention pond already there, and it's going to take another $86,000 to design a enlargement to an existing detention pond. I mean, I don't know. It just seems like some of these design firms and engineering firms kind of use us as an ATM because, I mean, that's a lot of money just to enlarge an existing detention pond, I feel like.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, if not, I'll bring it back to committee. Okay.
It was that $86,000 for design only, or is there any construction cost, or can you? And if it's design only, can you expound upon why the
Yes,
cost
it's
is
for
high?
design only. And the existing detention pond is not sized it's not a regional detention pond. It's only detaining water from the fire station, and we don't even know what we assume it's an old borrow pit. It wasn't even designed to be a detention pond, and it just collects water, and they've used it for the fire station as well as some of Berkeley Family. It does not account for all the runoff comes from almost all the way south of Berkeley Family Center between Holmes and Crawford up to here. So this, again, will be a regional detention pond, not just a site detention pond.
Could you easily explain what goes into designing a detention pond?
For sure. This is a blue line stream, okay? So meaning it's federally regulated and it's been studied by FEMA, so it's not a simple, there's a lot more that goes into it in terms of design, where you definitely want to be qualified and somebody that normally does design on something like this versus just normal a site detention pond. It's way larger scope than what I would normally see in a detention pond myself.
Mm-hmm. Okay, is it data that has to be collected? I mean,
Absolutely, yeah. Mm-hmm. Data. They would use what we call a HEC-RAS model. So their specialty is a model where they kind of cut cross sections through the channel and analyze based off the hydraulic information, where they look at the amount of water that's running there, the area, the type of characteristics of the channel, and so on and so forth in the channel. And so they'll input that in their HEC-RAS model, and then that will kind of give the water surface elevation. So they're going to be doing that as well as looking at the detention pond and see how these counteract to say, hey, we put a detention pond here. What does that do to our water surface elevations downstream? So it's yes, looking at a detention pond, but also looking at how does that affect downstream. So it's normally you'd just be looking at a detention pond and analyzing that detention pond, and you make sure it outlets at the pre-existing conditions and move on. So this kind of has two things in it.
So it's more than just designing a bigger hole.
Yes, yeah. Make sure there's no utility conflicts there. Make sure that it can fit in that footprint that you want. So,
okay.
And yes, there is a pond there, but this has way more capacity and does a lot more for the city.
And the space is there if it needs to be larger than...
Yes, now it's, we don't own that land yet, so it would be contacting the landowner and kind of seeing, and it's going to be in their best interest too, with how that's zoned. With what they would potentially put there, they would need detention, so it would act in their favor too. And so, in reality, the city would be paying for this someday if development happens there, for this detention pond, whether we do it now or later.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions or comments?
I do. I'm just a question. I'm confused on where this is going to go. It's going to go behind, so Markley Road, the new fire station, Presbyterian Manor's on the other side. Okay.
Fire station. There is a detention pond here.
Okay.
An old borrow pit, and then it's going to connect. We're going to add to that and kind of go to the east, not all the way to Holmes Road.
Okay.
Kind of just south of Prairie Lane.
So any kids that are going to be walking to Meadowlark are going to have to cross the street regardless.
They would stay on the new sidewalk, and as well as this will hopefully alleviate some of the ponding of water. There's a low water crossing that is kind of holds water, and the idea was to put a bridge over that. This is behind Prairie Lane, so they would walk there and kind of go up to Meadowlark. And so the idea is
the sidewalk's on the north side, the retaining pond's on the south side of Crawford,
yes,
correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then so to alleviate some of that low water crossing, we're going to allow less water in there, but that will still be there, a low water crossing. But now we'll have, with the Crawford project, we'll have a 5-foot sidewalk on the north side. So it is a longer route for them to go, but there is, if there would be water in that channel, there's somewhere for them to go.
But adding a stoplight and a crosswalk in that area would do the same thing for those children walking. Tell me if I'm not right. I mean, am I not adding a stopwalk? Am I thinking?
But they're already Crawford Street. They're already on the north side of Crawford Street, so they would be coming this way, going up to Meadowlark.
Okay.
They would only cross.
There's not too many kids that live past Markley that wouldn't already be getting a ride if you're looking at those places over by Ohio Street, those new buildings over there. Most of those kids are usually probably going to get a ride to the other side of Crawford Street. So I'm not seeing a purpose for having a bridge for them to walk, because if
we were getting rid of the bridge. We took that out of it because we didn't feel that was necessary. We wanted to save money, and it was too expensive to not, with the water level rising.
Okay, so we're not talking about a bridge anymore?
We removed it. We removed it. Sorry.
Yeah.
I thought we were talking about building a bridge.
Okay, anyone else? Okay.
Thank you. Christy Dixon Salina, sorry.
Lucille Sanderson Salina. Who dreamt up this project? Who requested this project? Can you answer that?
Yeah, well, I can answer that question. So anytime we have a new development, we require the new development to upgrade the street to a certain standard. And so the city of Salina did a fire station. And as part of the fire station, we are upgrading the street that we are located on to the city standard. So that is the basis of why we are upgrading East Crawford in that area. So we're treating the city the same way we would treat any developer. So if a developer came in and had put an apartment complex there, we would tell them, you have to upgrade the street in that area. So that's exactly why we're doing it.
I think we got a lot of other problems in this city before that needs to take place. It just doesn't seem reasonable. I am familiar with that area, and I'm thinking, how many kids are you talking about? You know, there's not that many in that one development. There's not that many kids. And do you think the parents are going to let the children, the younger children, walk to school? No. This Salina is not safe anymore to have kids walking. We're more like California. They'll stop and pick them up. No, they're not out on the high road, but still, no parent is going to let the kids walk to school until they get probably in junior high or middle school, they call it now. But it just seems like it's going to be money spent now that's not necessary now. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, I'll bring it back to the commission for action.
Mayor, I move that we approve a motion authorizing the city manager to execute amendment number 1 with Lochner for the East Crawford project for an additional $115,526.90 for a total design amount of $412,771.68, and to reduce the Brookwood Trail pedestrian bridge designed by $42,837.92 for a total of $37,101.30.
Second.
We have a motion and a second authorizing the city manager to execute amendment number 1 with Lochner for the East Crawford project for an additional $115,526.90 for a total design amount of $412,771.68, and to reduce the Brookwood Trail pedestrian bridge design by $42,837.92 for a total of $37,101.30.
Mr. Mayor, just a point of order, if I could. I know I'm the newbie. Any consideration for just removing the Brookwood Trail altogether?
We have a motion and a second we need to vote on, because that's the way it was. All right. So we vote. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Aye.
That item passes 5-1. Okay, that will move us to item, please. 4-1, I'm sorry. I said 5-1, thank you. That will lead us to item 5.2.
Sorry, Nikki, go ahead.
Item 5.2, consider approval of ordinance number 26-11291, amending section 17-28 and 17-31 of the Salina City Code relating to smoking regulations.
Yeah, Commissioners, I have this item. This is a fairly unusual one, but before you today. But it doesn't cost any money, so there's that. You can decide what to do with it. So, a little bit of background, and one thing I want to make clear for the public. We are not going back to the smoking section, non-smoking section of restaurants. This has nothing to do with the general prohibition of indoor smoking. We won't be putting ashtrays back in the lobby or anything like that. A little bit of background is, in 2009, the city of Salina passed an ordinance banning indoor smoking, and we were ahead of our time in terms of one of the early cities to adopt that position. Because we adopted our own city ordinance before as a state law, when the state passed the Indoor Smoking Act a year later, the state carved out certain exceptions that weren't available in our Indoor Smoking Act. So as a result, currently today, the statewide Indoor Smoking Act allows for certain exceptions of things that our city ordinance doesn't allow. So the ordinance for consideration basically would put us back into conformity with the rest of the state in terms of what our indoor smoking act would be. For the most part, the exceptions the state allows are very limited and don't come up very often, but they are listed in there. Probably the main one that people might see as they travel to other towns is places that have allowed a cigar lounge or a tobacco shop or something like that. That would be a place that has to derive at least 65% of its revenue from the sale of tobacco or tobacco accessories. And the idea behind that exception from the state is that people go into those places intentionally to smoke with other people, and they are kind of putting themselves at risk of doing that. That is the ordinance. Your options, of course, as always, are you can adopt it as presented, you can decide to modify it, you can decide to reject it, you can table it for future consideration. When it came time to do a staff report, I did say I recommend passage of it, only because in general my position is that it's better to be in conformity with the rest of the state if the rest of the state's law is working, and generally the Indoor Clean Air Act of Kansas, with its exceptions, has been considered successful. But this is clearly a legislative decision for you guys to do however you feel is appropriate. And I'll stand for any questions you may have.
What is in conformity different from in violation?
No, what I mean, it would be, so state law, we can do an ordinance that's more restrictive than state law, which is what we currently have. The ordinance would relax our restrictions to put us to match the rest of the state. So in other words, the state allows exemptions for private clubs, and cigar bars are kind of the main one, and then casinos and some things like that that aren't very applicable. But currently, because we wrote our ordinance first, right, we didn't really, in my opinion, my guess is we were just ahead of things, and the legislature looked at ours and copied most of it, to be honest. But they threw a few exceptions in there that don't exist in our ordinance because we predated them. So does that answer the question at all?
Right. So we can be more restrictive than.
We absolutely can be more restrictive, yes. That's what we currently are, and that is absolutely our option, that we can do more than the state requires.
Right. Which characteristic trumps the other, a place of employment or the tobacco specialty retail store? Because technically it's a place of employment. Is it a carve out of that? Or
it's a carve out of the place of employment. So yes. So it's, you can't, generally you can go to work in a smoke-free environment unless you choose to work, I guess, in a place where these exceptions apply, which would be the private club, tobacco lounge, or if you were at a casino in a place that allows those. So that's why, by exception, they do carve those out for those places.
Okay. I think I have one more question, but I got to form it up here first. Okay.
It seems pretty straightforward. I don't have any questions.
I don't have any questions, no.
Can you come up with that question?
Yeah. As far as where do we currently stand on outdoor restaurant areas? They're not an enclosed space by definition of an enclosed space, but they are restaurants and employment places. Where do they stand?
They stand at, and by our city code and by the state law, if you're not in it is clunky wordage or verbiage because both of them would talk about non-enclosed places, but if you're outside and it's up to the restaurant, the business can allow smoking outdoors. So even though that if you're working in a place like that, you still, if they're allowing the smoking outside, they can do that. Is where it currently is.
All right, and I did one of it's sort of a subset to that. Campbell Plaza, is that still technically city? We lease it, but it's technically city property. Is smoking allowed in that? Do we treat it as a park, or how?
Smoking's
is
not
that
allowed
treated?
in any of the city parks. I haven't,
Right.
unless there's some special rule on Campbell Plaza, it would be treated the same way, and I don't know of one unless someone else does. I guess if Jeff were here, he might know.
That's my recollection of how we did that as well.
Okay.
So the city parks would be an exception to the exception to the exception.
Okay.
Okay, any comments from the public?
Ben Winhill, Salina. Believe it or not, I'm going to be the good guy here on this one. If I remember right, in the history of Salina, as far as taking smoking out, I think we are to thank Dr. Davis for this, because I think he was the one that instituted that Salina went up and beyond the state and put no smoking in the type of buildings. Am I correct on that, Doc?
Certainly part of the team, yes. Group effort, but yes.
Yeah. So, as citizens of Salina, I think all of us non-smokers can thank Dr. Davis for what he did, because Salina set the precedence for the state level as far as non-smoking in restaurants and other places of business besides casinos. So, thank you for that.
Thank you. Okay, any other comments? If not, I will bring it back to the commission for action.
Mayor, go ahead.
I'll move that the City Commission adopt ordinance number 26-11287, amending sections 17-28 and 17-31 of the Salina City Code and making the City Code consistent with the Kansas Indoor Clean Air Act.
I'll second that.
That ordinance was changed.
No,
So it needs to be
9-1.
9-1.
What should the ordinance number be?
It should be 26-11291.
11291. Okay. Okay. We have a motion and a second adopting ordinance number 26-11291, amending sections 17-28 and 17-31 of the Salina City Code and making the City Code consistent with the Kansas Indoor Clean Air Act. May we have a roll call, please?
Commissioner Davis?
Nay.
Commissioner Ivey?
Excuse me.
Aye.
Commissioner Lankowitz?
Aye.
Commissioner Remp?
Aye.
Mayor Hoppick?
Aye. That item passes 4-1. That will bring us to item 5.3.
Item 5.3, consider approval of resolution number 26-8362, authorizing the city manager to develop, implement, and administer a water rate relief pilot program.
Okay. Mr. Wood.
Yeah, Mayor and Commissioners, if you'll just let me do a quick recap of our study session that we had last week, so I can just kind of show you where we've been and where we're at today with the action that we're requesting today. Obviously we had a study session to talk about water quality. I just wanted, I'm not going to rehash everything that we talked about, but just talk a little bit about the process that we go through when we receive a water quality complaint. We have a crew that goes out, they test the water, and then immediately what they start to do is try and flush the system and try to do anything that they can do within the system to try and clean that water up or get some of that sediment out of the water. At the point that we can't really do anything and we've exhausted all of the kind of mechanical things in the system to try and to get the water in a better situation, we put that water main on a replacement program or a plan to actually get it replaced. And so during that process, we have to design it, and we go through the bid process, and it becomes part of our water main replacement program. We have replaced close to 45 miles of mains in the last 10 years, and obviously we have additional work to do, and we'll continue to go through that process. So where we're currently at with the upcoming project that we have a project that's out right now that's in the process, but we do have the next project, which will include Dover Street, 10th Street, 11th Street, and Larson. We know that there's quality issues in those locations. Our guys have gone out and tried to do everything they can to improve that quality, and the system, is just in a situation where really the only option that we have is to bid that project. So it's all designed, it's ready to go. We are working through kind of the final kinks in the design, and we should be letting that process in the next 2 weeks. And then it usually takes between 30 and 45 days from the receipt of the bids. We usually leave it open for about 30 days before we award a contract. And at that point, we will know what the timing is of the next construction cycle when we think that project will be done. But at this point, with those 4 streets. They are moving as fast as we can possibly move them. We're going to get them through the process as quickly as we can, but there's just really nothing else that we can do to move it any faster. We will know once the bid comes back and it's awarded kind of what the timing of the actual project is, but that's going to depend on who bids, and it'll also depend on their availability to get that work done and get it working. A couple of other things that we talked about at the study session. I think there was a consensus among the City Commission that we need to develop a plan to do more water main replacement. So we will be looking at that, and over the next probably 60 to 90 days have something to bring back to the City Commission in terms of what a plan would look like. There's several different options that we can look at. In terms of how do we get more funding for projects, how do we do bigger projects, debt financing. We will go through all of those things and come back with several options for the City Commission to look at as we move forward. So I think that it kind of brings us to today and the item that we have before you, which is part of the consensus from last week was that the Commission wanted us to take a look at some sort of monetary relief for folks that are suffering from quality issues. So what I have before you today is a resolution that would give me the authority to develop, implement, and administer a water rate relief pilot program. We tried to start putting together some sort of policy, and this is a little bit more complex than what you might think. We are the only community, in the state of Kansas. We talked to KDHE, Kansas Department of Health and Environment, and there are no other communities that are doing a program like this in Kansas. Did some searches out on the web, and I found a few other programs, but don't really match up to what it is that we're trying to achieve here. So this is a program that we're kind of creating from scratch. So it's going to take us a little bit of time to do that, but the intent here would be to put together an administrative framework that would provide monetary relief for residents who have verified quality issues. The parts of the water relief that we're looking at would be a relief from the water base charge, the water usage charge, and the state water fee that show up on your monthly bill. So there is a little bit of people talk about the utility bill, and there's a lot of utility bill that has nothing to do with water. There's trash fees, there's wastewater fees, there's also fees for recycling center that don't really have anything to do with water, and so I'm not proposing that we reduce those out, but I think we can reduce out or rebate some of the fees that are associated with the water usage. I'm proposing that we do an effective date of January 1. It's going to take us a little bit of time, January 1, 2026, which would mean anybody that qualifies for this program would receive a rebate of any water fees that they paid up since January 1. And then also we would look forward and basically stop payment until such time as the water quality is in a better situation. So a lot of details that we need to work through with staff. Right now the city has about 22,000 water customers. We have about 20 complaints that we get consistently that we know of, and those are generally on Dover Street, 10th Street, 11th Street, and Larson. There are 20 consistent customers. We do get more complaints up and down, but it really depends on the time of year, and sometimes that's we're doing a flushing program in the middle of the summer, and that's a temporary issue. But we have about 20 to 25 that we know are long-term issues that we need to probably replace the water lines. There could be more. It is hard to know, until we start to get applications and do water tests, what that looks like. But we don't believe that it's a great percentage of our overall system that has these quality issues. So. At this point, you have the opportunity to approve the resolution. If you have changes that you want to make to this resolution basically just sets out a set of guidelines. A couple things. We want this to be something that is evidence-based, so it's going to have some sort of an application process, some testing procedures, so that we would go out and test the water and verify that it doesn't meet our quality standards. We have to come up with a quality standard that we think is the right standard. So we'll be reviewing those things. And then and then we would administer the policy. So if there's anything in particular in the framework that I've outlined in this resolution, I'm happy to, if there's an amendment you wanted to make or something specific you wanted us to talk about or throw in, this is your opportunity to tell us that. My plan would be to try and come up with a policy as quickly as we can so we can, provide that rate relief. It is going to take a little bit of time, probably a few weeks, for us to come up with all the parameters and make sure that we have, we don't want to be in a situation where we have 22,000 water customers who are eligible for a program that just wouldn't work for us financially to manage that. And then I also have to think about my staff and what is their ability to maintain and manage a program like this, because it will be additional staff time in terms of going out and doing the testing and all of those sorts of things. So I'd be happy to answer any questions, but before I take questions, I do just want to kind of, mention the staff here. I have full faith and confidence in Martha Tasker and her ability to be the utilities director. And I also, and I also want to say, I also just.
I'm drafting.
Please, can we be courteous? We'll be courteous when you address this, please. Thank you.
And I also want to just mention, the staff out there. Those guys work hard. They do care about the quality of the water, and they're doing everything that they can do within the system to make it, to get the water into as high quality as they can. They really do care about it. It is something I know that's lots of negative comments and things on Facebook over the last few weeks. It weighs heavy on those guys, but they they're a great crew. They work really hard. They're the guys that get up in the middle of the night. Water main breaks typically happen when it's really cold outside or when it's really hot outside. And for some reason, they happen in the middle of the night. So these guys, they work hard. They get out there. They get in the hole, and they're the reason that our water system, runs the way that it does. I also just want to give a plug for them. When we had a storm not too long ago, we were on the brink of having, issues with our water system altogether. And they were able to maintain the system without power. They were able to maintain the wastewater system, and nobody had sewage backing up into their houses or anything like that. So I just want to mention those guys work incredibly hard, and I'm proud of the work that they do, and they want to do the best that they can. We certainly can do better. Everybody does deserve clean water. I can't argue with that point. We're going to work as hard as we can to get water mains replaced as quickly as we can. But it is these projects are they are hard. They're big projects. They're in people's front yards. It's not an overnight fix, but we're doing what we can to move the ball in the right direction. So happy to answer any questions about the policy or anything that you might have.
I have comments, but not questions.
Okay, go ahead.
Well, like I think many people in the room, I was shocked at the water that was brought in, some of the samples from people's homes. It seems like Dover Street, Dover Drive, Dover Court is ground zero for these problems. And I think we, along with what you proposed, I think we should be putting a whole house filtration system in. I have talked to Culligan, and they talked about that being roughly $500 a home. I should note, I live in a not a brand new neighborhood. Probably the water piping and infrastructure has been there for well over 20 years, though, and I have a whole house filtration system, and I know I have neighbors that use Culligan to improve their water. So it's not unique. No secret that I have at this point in time, a little winter getaway in Arizona. The water in that metro area is terrible. We have a pretty elaborate, I think we spent roughly $1,500 to put that system in to make the water drinkable. At least with a whole house filter, if we were going to do that, laundry wouldn't be an issue anymore for them. When I talked to Culligan, they said they would have to determine the type of filter needed to get the water to an acceptable level. But I would think they'd have the resources to move on that immediately.
Yeah, absolutely. If that's something the city commission wants us to go down that route, we certainly can. I have seen one other program that is a rebate program that basically says you prove that you put in a filtration system and we'll provide a rebate up to a certain dollar amount. So we could do, if you want me to shift gears away from this and go to a different type of program, I certainly can. I can do that. This we felt like would be kind of the easiest thing maybe to administer, but we could certainly do a rebate program as well. I was
going to bring up not as much detail as Commissioner Remp was able to obtain, but just to see if staff had considered temporary mitigation options. But I'm thinking of actually doing both programs.
Me too.
I mean, we're going to fix the pipes, but the filters would help them get through better than they are now.
Yeah, and I think when we looked at the filtration system, those typically have a lot of maintenance, and so we don't want to be responsible for maintenance in somebody's home or anything like that. So that was one of the biggest concerns about, and then trying to figure out what the right amount is, what's the right dollar amount, what's the right type of filtration system that people want to use. So, but if we did a flat dollar amount and said, I think you mentioned that you thought it was around $500. If we wanted to say we can do a $500 rebate, tell us you could buy a $1,500 system, but we only rebate a certain amount. I think that makes it easier to administer. We can certainly do that. I don't have a problem trying to come up with a solution like that.
And obviously, we're not going to be the experts on that. You'd have to meet with the folks who offer those products.
We would certainly want it to be, I guess if we do some sort of at-home filtration system, we really want that to be on the homeowner to pick the system, to pick what they think would work, and then we would rebate them, and we don't have any part of it. So I'm not having to have my staff go into somebody's house and maintain a system or do anything like that. So certainly that's an option, and I'm happy to do that. I'm happy to come back with a policy or a program that would look something like that. Actually, I think that might be easier to manage, but we can.
It'd be possible to perhaps put out an RFP to the water filtration companies to where we have an X amount that they could quote on that. Then the home, they would be the ones installing it and managing it and stuff, but maybe we could get a bulk discount by having multiple.
That's what I wanted. Do you know?
Yeah, we could certainly have some conversations with Colligan or somebody who's local that provides that service and see if we could.
Commissioner Remp, do you know did that $500 include installation, or is that this a unit?
That was installed.
Okay.
As I understood it.
That would be.
And well,
that's not bad.
Okay. Hand the ball back.
Yeah.
I did replace mine last year. It was a little more than 500. And again, I'm sure they have different types of filters.
I think it depends. It also depends on how much you use. How much, some of these users that we've looked at, well, they don't have very much water usage. So it really just depends on, if you have, my water usage is higher because I have 4 kids or whatever. But, so I think there's some differences based on usage.
And the cost, the installation would also, they mentioned, based upon the way the home is plumbed. If it were relatively easy to put it in line, it's going to be less expensive, of course. If they had to do more work, it would cost more.
Did the relief for if we did the filtration and the relief of the water bill, then down the road that would kind of be offset by the filters. I believe they'd have to replace as well.
What would be the easiest way to move this forward if we want to do the filtration system? I'm trying to think.
Well, I think
and again, it's a timing deal.
If you want to do it both, I think you can just pass this resolution tonight, and I will start working on that policy, and then I will start. I think we can come up with we may be able to even come up with I don't want to make any guarantees, but I'll work really hard to try and bring back a solution at the next city commission meeting or a policy about the rebate side of it in the next couple weeks. I don't think we could, I mean, I suppose you could amend this to also include a whole house filtration system rebate if you wanted it to just add a line somewhere. I think we could do that.
Yeah.
But I would need to know, I guess really what I would need to know, and that I don't think I know today, is what kind of cost do you want to, I mean, unless you want to say 500 is it, but I haven't had a chance to talk to anybody about whether that's the right number or not, and I think we would probably want to talk to a couple of providers and say, is this in the right ballpark? But we could just go with 500, and I can create a policy and a program, and we can get it going. I don't think it's that complex if we're just doing a rebate program. So I think there's examples of that I can copy pretty quickly.
Yeah, the other issue I wanted to discuss, looking at the time that we've known about the water and subtracting the time it would take us to fix a main in a broad geographical area anyway, I would want to move that January 1st back to either July of 25 or even January of 25, but at least at least a year. I mean, if we got notice January 1st that a whole neighborhood was having problems, we wouldn't be fixing it January 2nd anyway. I mean, they're just through the process that's been well described, it takes a while to, you try remedies, those don't work, then you eventually replace it. But so there's some time that would have been built in anyway.
We can start the program at,
or at least
whatever date you feel appropriate.
I'd go back at least a year.
I would need to know what date you want me to go to, and we can do it.
I think that's probably a good idea too, to provide that relief. I would think that if a home filtration system brought the water up to a level that meets all the standards, I would think at that point in time the water bill would resume. But we have to bring the water up to clean, potable water.
Commissioner, that kind of brings me to a point I wanted to make really quickly about potable water, since you use that term. And just to clarify, in my world, from the legal standard of water, usually when we're talking about water quality issues, we're talking about high nitrates, a KDHE failed test, or bacteria that requires a burn ban. This water is potable once it's been flushed through. The sediment from the pipe is stacking up in these pipes, and when they open the water, when they start pouring water out, it is nasty, gross, because it is rust. It is rust and sediment that's coming through there, and it is terrible, and it's wrecking their appliances. Once that's flushed through, whether we're able to flush it at the hydrant or if they're just flushing it through their internal system, their bathtub or their faucet, it's the rest of the city's water that comes through after that. So I know people, I mean, obviously we all feel, water is life, right? So we all feel very emotionally attached to this. I've seen a lot of comments out there where people feel like the water is contaminated. It is contaminated in the sense that it is rusty and sediment from the pipes until it's flushed through. And that's kind of why the theory of, when we were working on this or talking about it, the water rebate makes sense, because they're using more water than they would need because they're pouring it down the drain to get to the good water. So I just want to make that point real quick. Thank you.
Do you all have any opinions on how far back to go? 12 months? Or?
I'm okay with January 2025. I mean, it's not that significant. I think it's a sign of goodwill to do that. My question is how we, without having to wait 2 weeks, how we move forward the rebate program. If we set a dollar amount, I don't know. Does anybody have a thought process on that?
I think the dollar amount is a good way to go, because I think the sky's the limit on filtration systems. So yeah, they could go as elaborate as they want, but a $500 rebate program sounds very reasonable to me.
So I think if you pass this resolution, this gives me the authority to make a rebate or to make a something that's attached to the water rates. And then if you just want to do another motion that gives me the authority to make a rebate program with a maximum of $500, then I can start that process as well, and we can get it kicking.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, and there's one thing that you mentioned in the resolution, I believe, that I guess folks should remember, that sometimes the problem might be on the home side of the water.
Full of shit. Filters only get sediment, not the chemicals you keep dumping in the water. I was poisoned in Iraq from poisoned water. It's not the damn sediment. You're over-chlorinated the water, you're over-fluoriding it, and that has issues. You guys took my fucking kid because of this.
Sir.
Until I gave my kid bottled water, it was proven in the freaking courts that it wasn't my damn fault. Who's coming after you guys for the medical issues, gastrointestinal issues? You guys ain't talking about any of that.
Okay. As I was saying,
Yeah.
you may find that there are
You complain, they were
problems
threatening with the sheriff.
on the home
Cowards.
side of the
All cowards.
block note. What's the thing that measures the? I'm just blocking on the word meter. Thank you. And that what we're going to be doing to the water mains obviously won't fix that. So if there is a problem on that part of the pipe that the homeowner is truly responsible for, this program won't cover that.
The source is contaminated, not the homeowners. People took water purification classes, you'd have a better understanding.
Okay. Okay, any other comments or questions from the commission?
Vietnam veterans, people who got GERD, who covers their medical?
Okay. With that, we will open it up to the public for comments. We ask you give us your name and have your comments to 3 minutes or less.
Kay Schwartz, Dover Drive. First, I want to say our street's not the only one. I took water to one of the ladies that was here that was a school teacher with little kids. That's on Vassar. How is every street supposed to say, I need my water tested? And then if you go and test it for us to prove we have bad water, how are you... First of all, the water pressure's down to nothing. No, it's not as orange. It worked. But they're not flushing the hydrant in my front yard either. So yes, the water looks better the days you have no water pressure. How can they come out and test the water and say, yeah, your home's one of the bad ones? My water bill went up $10 a month simply from flushing the toilet over and over and over because I'm tired of scrubbing them. I just don't know how you justify which neighborhoods, and we did have that one lady here that she had water filters out of a full house, and she pulled them out of the bag, and she said, I just changed these. I can't afford to keep changing these. Yeah. So, I don't know how much more we can put out. It's cost us all, but you got to know if they're going to test the water when it's low pressure or it's higher pressure. Because common sense is when they run that fire hydrant, oh my God, here comes everything off the inside of that pipe straight into our homes. Now we lowered the pressure. It's obvious.
Found this on the web.
Oh, somebody found it on the web. But anyway, those are just kind of some of my questions. And how much are these filters and stuff going to cost people? I'm getting ready to retire. My husband's partially retired. Our home's paid for and stuff, but you look at the families with these little kids, and it crushes me because I wouldn't be bathing my babies in it. It's a sad situation, but we need to look at it from all different ways. And if that'd help us, so be it. The other question is they brought up a water rate increase of $20 a month.
We haven't made any decisions on water rates.
Okay, because it was brought up at the water thing that we may have to have an increase in the rates to pay for the water lines to be replaced.
Well, I mean, it is a value proposition. If we're going to replace the water lines, we have to do it with something. So generally speaking, the water.
What about the money you used for the Cozy's lawsuit? You lost under the First Amendment.
So
yeah, you misappropriated.
No decisions have been made on water rates.
Yeah.
That will happen at a later time.
Okay.
Thank you.
Tony Johnson, Salina. First off, I think this is a good idea. It's a bad situation that it had to come to this. I mean, we've kicked this can down the road for at least, 3 years now. We've got to do better on prioritizing basic government functions, guys. Secondly, as far as Jacob overseeing this and implementing this program, drawing it up, I'd like to see a commissioner on it. I'd like to see somebody from the water department sitting in on this, and I'd like to see a citizen that's greatly affected by this, and the four of them get together and put their heads together, because it's a bad situation. I like Commissioner Rimp's idea of the filtration system coupled with the rebate, backdating it, as Commissioner Davis said, but I'd like to see a kind of a committee formed real quick. I don't know that would be hard to do, since this is something new that we're just taking off with. So anyway, that's my thoughts on it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ben Winhold, Salina. I'm going to tell you right now, a whole house filter system, the common one here in Salina is a Kuno whole house filter system. It's just a cartridge, basically it's this big. You saw the filters from the study session. There are different filters that go into these based on the wants and needs of the homeowner. In this case, if you're to do the cheapest filter that Kuno makes, which is for discoloration and sediment, which a lot of these people are dealing with on Dover Drive and the other streets, that's $50 a filter. Now you're going to expect people, since you can't give them clean water, you're going to expect people, and according to the manufacturer of Kuno, a normal filter like this is rated for 6 months to 1 year, depending upon the water quality going into it and going out of it. These people will have to change these things at least every week, maybe every 2 weeks. And the one lady that you heard the other day, it was every 2 weeks. So it's costing her $100 a month in filters alone.
That's just for sediment.
Just to catch the sediment and the discoloration. There's nothing else. The filters go up in price as they get more elaborate. If you got charcoal in them or anything else like a regular softener would have, basically. So you're asking the people, by doing this, instead of biting the bullet, putting everything else as the wants and desires of everybody else in the town, putting them on hold, bonding this, getting it out there. I did the numbers just the other day with what we're spending now per foot for the $2 million that we're spending each year for 2 or 3 blocks of mains being changed. And with 180 miles that are left to be changed, all the different sizes, all the different cast iron that supposedly is out there, the city needs $254 million to change every main in Salina. That's an astronomical amount of money. But putting a Band-Aid by giving people, and yes, you need to do that, start rebating people for the use of their water, but asking them to put a filter system in when the water should be clean in the first place, instead of being proactive and actually changing the mains so that we don't have to do them down the road, basically, and getting rid of a lot of the main breaks you keep talking about, is because of the age of the system, period. And all of the other issues that we have up and beyond the dirty water that I haven't brought up yet, and I'm not going to. I will do that in Mr. Wood's office at a later date. It just seems to me like instead of a Band-Aid, let's just go ahead and bite the bullet and get it done. You get a contract out there of multi-million dollars, a whole bunch of miles, you're going to have huge contractors come in and want to do this and get it done quickly, a lot faster than what we can do at $2 million a year for the next, that came up to be like 50 years before we get everything changed.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I think I'm gonna look at the city manager and try to answer that. And as far as like Dover and 11th Street, we're doing everything we can as quick as we can to get those fixed. So this is a Band-Aid, and we realize it until we get those fixed. And that's the other thing we're going to discuss, as we mentioned, is, you know, how much do we debt finance? How much, you know, are there other funding mechanisms, you know, water rates? What can we do to do a larger project? And that we're not going to be able to do that today. But that's in the near future. So those are the things we'll be discussing.
Nobody plans for upkeep and maintenance.
So
there's no preventive
yes.
maintenance, so it's a.
Hi, Sherry on Dover Drive. I like some of Jacob's ideas, but nothing in that plan pays for our hot water tank that's ruined, our refrigerator and ice maker that's ruined, our dishwashers that are ruined. I mean, all of our appliances are ruined from this water. And there's no amount of that iron out you can put in it to get it out, because I tried. Tried it in my wash machine, and it says on the bottle, good for colors. If you pass those pictures around back there, you'll see I now have tie-dyed clothes, tie-dyed underwear, and tie-dyed sheets. So, anyway, if you look on the back of the pictures, they have addresses, or they tell where they're not all the same place. Richard was nice enough to bring that iron out to us in a box. The neighbor brought it to me. I delivered it to everybody that wanted it, put down their names and addresses, and turned it back in. That should have been Martha's job, not mine. I don't get paid. And I'm not going to distribute anything anymore, because I'm too old. Anyway, I want to thank all the people for 4th of July weekend. A lot of them are in this room. Come out and help me load and unload a semi full of water, take it to a place where somebody offers free storage. Anyway, this bottle is from the neighbor across the street that has 3 children. One was born July the 3rd. How would you like to have a new baby? Bathe in that? Or maybe have to make formula with that without the bottled water that these citizens delivered us.
That's why my kid was doing that.
You know? I mean, there's health concerns. You ever heard of ALS, Lou Gehrig's disease? You have, Trent. You diagnosed my husband with it. You know, he came to a point where he couldn't eat or drink or swallow.
He was a good man.
Had to go to bottled water. That was when they'd only let you get 2 cases. It was COVID time. I went to another town. It might have cost me $300, but I got a whole pallet delivered to my house. I could not put the water coming out of my tap in his feeding tube. So, I think that I'm very well self-taught on bottled water. So, anyway, that's about all I have to say, unless you guys want to ask any questions.
I don't think so. I think hopefully we'll get bids out and get you fixed as soon as possible, dear.
Well, are we going to be informed, or do I have to keep coming to these meetings, to find out when this action's going to happen?
We're hoping, as we said, to go out for bid here in the next couple of weeks. Everything will be done in open meeting. The RFPs will go out. We'll be able to tell you who's doing it and hopefully their time frame.
And the last thing is, does Martha have any certifications that you know of?
I don't. I mean,
she went through those when she gave her talk.
Yeah. So, anyway. Okay, thank you.
I guess not.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Norm Randall, Salina. I have not heard anybody discuss what is the source of this problem. Where is this contaminated water coming from? You're going to have the federal government in here because we're having this problem out in the country. They'll bring tankers in. You'll go and get that water out of that tanker, and they will go back to Kansas City every day at 5 o'clock. You're not stopping the source. We've got them right. You had this problem with air base. Now you're bringing all this concrete. Calcium chloride causes chemical burns. My son about died in this fucking county. And you caused it. And you caused it. And you caused it. You're letting these chemical companies pour chemicals on our ground. KDHE cannot touch it. Shame on you. Shame on, there's no shame on you guys. When your son gets sick and about dies, he spent 2 weeks in the hospital one time, another 8 days the next time. You're allowing these chemical companies, these seed companies, and I've got the books on it. You let these corporations bring these poisons in here. Now, I'm not going to apologize for my actions.
Annette Cox, we heard Trent Davis say it only takes one kid, and you have to make a bridge, you have to do all these walkways. How many people do you have that's not drinking water? That's more than one kid. We heard Jacob say how he loves his people. Boy, he's really for them. No degree, she says. Look at the animal shelters managers. Yeah, I see video that I've got of everybody just sitting around over there. And you guys don't want to pass something to get something going right now, but yet you want to build stupid bridge over a walkway? One person, one kid, but yet you got all these. Terrible.
Jess White, Salina. We've got heightened emotions around water, and I'd like to start acknowledging that rather than pivoting away from it, people are more likely to listen to a broader vision if they feel that their immediate concerns have been recognized. And you guys have all been going through it for a long time, and you guys deserve things to be happening and changes to be made. So when people question whether the water is coming into their homes is safe, when they're worried about their children, their parents, or their own health, those concerns deserve to be heard with respect. And every resident deserves clear information, transparency, and confidence that their concerns are being taken seriously. Tonight, we hear about spending, we're going to hear about infrastructure, and we'll hear about animal welfare, economic development, and many other things. At first glance, they seem unrelated, but I don't believe that they are. I believe that they all point to a larger challenge. How do we build a community where people feel heard before frustration becomes outrage? Look around the room. We have so many people in here who are talented. Business owners, tradespeople, veterans, parents, experts with water, that why are we going to hire outside sources when we have people who are incredibly knowledgeable that could cut back on labor costs because we could use local people. We could formulate something with the schools or with apprenticeship programs, get with our local plumbing companies and let the programs then be implemented to the local plumbing companies and then receive grant money to fund those programs. There's lots of different things that we could do that's not just giving one person the power over something that's affected a city long before he was here and we'll be dealing with long after he's here. The expertise is all here, the willingness is here, the passion is here, but we only come together when there's a crisis. What if we do something and we form a framework that connects the strengths we already have? A community ecosystem where the government, schools, businesses, nonprofits, healthcare organizations, researchers, and residents remain independent but work together more intentionally. Where people don't just stand at this podium for 3 minutes, they have a pathway to stay involved, and concerns become conversations, conversations become partnerships, and partnerships become measurable action. Imagine if residents concerned about water quality could work alongside engineers, public health professionals, educators, research, and local officials in ongoing collaborative process. kind of like Tony was saying. Imagine if workforce challenges brought employers, schools, technical education, and all of these things together before they become a crisis. Imagine if volunteers knew exactly where they were needed. I'm putting together a community survey, have responses coming in right now, and so far there's 80 hours that people are willing to volunteer their time for. You could put and utilize the people that we have. Communities don't become stronger because they avoid difficult conversations. They become stronger because they build systems that turn difficult conversations into collaborative action. Tonight's not about choosing sides. It's about choosing better processes. Processes built on listening, transparency, partnerships, shared responsibility, and measurable results. Because whether we're talking about water, roads, housing, whatever it is, at the end of the day, we want the same thing: a healthier community, a trustworthy government, a future for our children to be proud to inherit. Let's build that future together. Thank you, guys, and thank you all for being here.
Hi, Mrs. Hawk. My friends live over there on Dover.
I'm sorry, your name, I'm sorry.
Hawk, Peggy Hawk.
Okay, thank you.
And you said something about a rebate, so they have to put more money out for the system and then you'll give them the money back? I mean, if they're on a limited income, Social Security, you know, you get $1,100 a month for Social Security and you got to put out $500 just to get the system put in. How are you going to pay the other bills? I don't know that that's feasible for some people. I mean, that might be something to look at too, where they just bill him. I'm sorry, I don't know his name, but bill him and then they can write a check for one lump sum or whatever, however you guys work it out, but I don't think they need to put out any more money. I just don't.
My name is Shirley Ruffus. I live at 811 Millwood Drive. Our water was so bad that our Dalmatian would walk up to her water dish, smell it, and walk away. We put bottled water in there. She would drink it. That's a dog that refused to drink the Salina City water.
Okay, anyone else?
Tom Wilbur, Salina, Kansas. Jacob, I want to congratulate you on being so responsive to the people of Dover. You just told everybody that you're right on it. Wow. What have you done so far? Have you taken them a bottle of water? I mean, one? That's remarkable. I've heard from people all over the city of Salina about their water. They think it's terrible. I think I try to judge things based upon the results of what I see. And the water that's coming out of the water treatment plants and the water that we are putting into the river from the wastewater treatment plants are unacceptable, because we had someone that designed it that had one variable, one idea. And with the input of other people, we're using manual systems to do our water instead of automated systems. Are you guys aware of that? Martha Tasker designed water systems that are designed for manual operation and not automation on both the water department and wastewater. So the bottom line is that if Freddie Boy doesn't dump X amount of chemicals in a day, and he does tomorrow, or we try to correct for something with chlorines and other products, at the end of the day, we're just guessing. And so the water that comes out of the plants themselves, before it even reaches the pipes, has a problem. That's why I've called for Martha's resignation. Thank you very much.
You won't get it. Nope, you won't. Who you know?
Mark Jameson, Salina, Kansas. Everything I've heard so far is all about reacting to the current environment. What I haven't heard is why we weren't planning for this 5 years ago, 10 years ago. The plans that we're making for today should be for 5, 10, 15 years from now so that it can be spread out over time. So if there isn't, I know there's a plan in place, I've read some of it online, about replacement. There's should be engineering data that specifies what the life of expectancy of a water line is. Do we have a plan for taking care of the city over time? And if so, has it been communicated to all of us that are paying for this? Well, anyway, it's better communication will help, but in my opinion, it starts with planning. Pretty simple. Planning ahead, not reacting to what's happening.
Somebody, the Christy Dixon, Salina, Kansas, somebody mentioned the set income of people. We also need to make sure that the lower income people have a way to be able to purchase this said machine. Some people live on a fixed budget that are also single parents. Just because you and I could afford to put one in our house, or Dr. Davis can afford to put one in his house, doesn't mean our next door neighbors can't. So we need to make sure we're looking out for the vulnerable, the elderly, and the lower income families, because they can't necessarily write a check or put it on a credit card to take care of that. So I know my grandma would not be able to. My daughter, who is an adult, she wouldn't be able to. So we just need to make sure we're looking at all populations and not just the population that is sitting up here that can afford to wait for the rebate check to come. Thank you.
Thank you.
Susan Cooper, Salina. First, I want to say that I think 45 miles in 10 years is ridiculous. And I think that the water money that we pay is supposed to go for in making sure that infrastructure is replaced, upgraded, whatever. And obviously, this is an issue that, from some things I've read, has been in the public knowledge, maybe not for Greater Salina, but of the water department since 2018. And I'd like to know where the money that is supposed to be going for replacement of the infrastructure, the water mains and the lines and all of that other, where that has gone. And I understand that the city manager wants to take this on by himself, but I have to admit I'm not very happy about that, because when he came into this position, the water was in this condition, and I don't know how long he's been in his position, but just now he's taking action on this. That is not acceptable. I'm sorry.
I'm Terry Walsh, Salina, Kansas, and I don't think that there's any of these people are out of line. I'm trying to explain to you that you all got tunnel vision because you want to say, well, we're going to take care of this right now. This here is this big.
It's all over the city of Salina. It may not be the same exact situation. And believe me, I'm not making light of Dover Street, 11th, 10th, or Larson. I'm not making light of any of it. I wouldn't even give my dogs, like Shirley said, the water that come out of my faucets. And that's sad. For years and years and years, I have spent money on water and paid my water bill. For what? There has been nothing done over the years, and you can't tell me y'all didn't know something was coming. Because my water might not have been as discolored as theirs, but there was chemicals in there. There's something. I think there's, on a lot bigger scale, the water in Salina needs to be checked. And I think somebody needs to raise their head up out of that hole in the sand and say, let's do something and do it now.
My name is Janice Tech, and I'm a Salina resident. I have lived here for 34 years, and I have never relied on the city water for drinking. And I've also paid my water bill. On the other half of this, I believe that something we need to look at as a city is to cut expenses. There's all these things to beautify the city and make it better and bring in income and everything. We have two priorities: the clean water in our city and the animals. Everything else has to stop.
My name is Diana Frobenius, and I came tonight to talk about the dog shelter. However, I married into this town 36 years ago. My husband and I owned and made work Roselawn. We have since, my husband has passed, and I have now moved to about 3 blocks away from my son, my youngest son, in the North End. And when I moved in, the water was yellow. And I asked my son about it, and he says, well, that's just the way the water is here. So I started using Culligan, and my oldest son bought me a reverse osmosis for under my kitchen sink. I won't let my dog, either one of my dogs, drink the Salina water. This is not the same water I was drinking up on East Crawford. And according to your own map, my water is my pipes are over 100 years old. Yet you're going to work on just one area that is evidently 60 to 40 years old? Granted, they probably have horrible water. But what happened to the rest of us? When I've asked some of my neighbors, you know what they say? We're the North End, they don't care for it. These are beautiful, wonderful people. They're intelligent, they're hardworking. They will look out after each other. And it's mind-boggling how they have been left out in the cold. And I apologize if you're on Dover or whatever. But I love my country. I love my God, I love my family, and I love my city. And now that I'm retarded, I think you're going to see more of me.
Okay, is there anyone else?
I'm Lucille Sanderson, Salina. Jason, I'm not affected by this water, but if the people don't pay their water bill, what happens? They get turned off, don't they? Can't you go back to the time that this problem started? See how much each month was for water only charge. And I bet you that most of them have already paid that high filter that you're thinking about. Now, you've already given them credit. They've already paid that money up front, right? Oh, I'm sorry, you can't answer. But they all have paid their water bill every month, or they would not have water. So look back, see how much these people paid. They probably have paid more than what would be to their advantage. And then you can go ahead and give them this filtration because they've already paid you up front. Right? Thank you.
Michelle Timpson Solomon. I just wanted to let you know that we kind of heard from one of the vets in town, that one of the dogs were diagnosed with an illness from drinking tap water. So we made a call, and sure enough, they let us know, and we do have it recorded, that if you live in a certain area in Salina, please be advised to give your dog bottled water. So I just want to let everybody know that that has been advised by one of the vets in town, and I'm not going to blast what vet it was, but it has been advised now, so you guys know that Salina City Water will make your animals sick. So I just wanted to let you know, and that people are now reaching out to people who have been here fighting for the shelter animals, because we've been here fighting the commission and the city since 2023, and we know what the people who are fighting for water rights are up against, because they lack transparency here, and there is some corruption, and you guys have a fight. So keep up the work and keep up the fight, because transparency, you won't find it here, but keep up the fight, and we have your back. So.
Vicki Reinbold, and I live at 811 Millwood Drive. And back January the 22nd, I had a plumbing company come in and put a whole house water system in, and it cost $686.31, and that's not including the filter, and so that's about another $200. And I've been having water problems for 5 years, and I've had new fixtures put in my house, hot water heater, and the hot water heaters they put in 2023, and it's pretty bad already. And back in May, my water was so bad, so I just hooked. It was even after the filter. It was so yellow and rusty. I let a lot of water run out in my back lot, and quite a bit of water. And the filter, you have to change the filter at least every 2.5, 3 months, and it's supposed to be a 9-month filter. I thought I'd tell you that. Thank you.
All right, my name's Chris Treitz. I live on North 10th, on the dead end road between North 10th and 11th, right in behind there. I moved to Salina in 2014 from Massachusetts to escape fraud and bullshit. And I just came into a city that doing the same thing. Since 2014, I lived on South 2nd, North Salina, and brief stay at one of the hotels because my daughter was taken. You know why my daughter was taken? Because the hospital was giving her tap water. And then they told me it was my fault that I was poisoning my daughter. I was in the freaking NIC unit for. She's in the NIC unit from February to Mother's Day weekend. And then they tried saying we were trying to kill our own damn kid because the hospital was giving her freaking tap water. So your filtration system only gets sediment, doesn't do with the chemicals. I fought 2 years and all the damn state agencies. She was here behind my back when that happened. I almost lost my damn daughter. She had to go down to Wichita to get a G-tube in her system. You know what Salina Regional did? They used DCF to weaponize them to take my daughter away from me when I was waiting transfer to Wichita. And then you're gonna tell me that you guys didn't know about any of this shit since before 2014? Where is the upkeep? Well, I work at Tony's as the control tech. I have to deal with equipment and repair a lot of electrical shit that I don't know what it is, but you know what? I'm trained to do that. I'm trained to going through the manuals and figure it out. Who's trained to do all this water filtration system in this damn city? Not one proper certification. I've had certifications in pool stuff, certified pool operator. All the stuff that goes into water filtration, like, it's beyond your guys' comprehension, apparently, because all these people here, I'm fighting for the veterans. I got GERD. I was poisoned in the water in Iraq. You know what the effects are? You have no idea what a heart attack feels like when you have so much acid reflux due to poisoned fucking water. And you guys are just sitting here, oh, we're just gonna take our time with it? Where's all that money you guys spent on the Cozy's lawsuit to go to the upkeep for the damn city? Every other city I lived in always had upkeep. Always preventive maintenance, even on your damn vehicles, will prevent further bullshit. You guys need to look at preventive maintenance for future. That's my main issue. And then whoever has medical issues, I think they should bring it to you, and you guys should have a class action lawsuit for anybody medically affected by this.
All right.
Kim Hill, Salina. First, thank you for your service. My husband and I, we're fortunate enough that we can afford to replace the hot water heater in our house every 2 years. Because that's how often we have to replace the hot water heater in our home. And that's not cheap. And plumbers have flat out told us it's due to the city water. And I know we're not the only ones. And so, I mean, that's just another aspect. And for those of you that may have to give your dogs or your cats bottled water, a water bowl about this size, about this deep, it takes about 4 bottles to fill it up one time, because that's what we do. Yep.
Ben Pruitt, Salina, Kansas. You guys talk about the $500. I think you need to bump that up to $1,000. And I think some of you need to come to the west side of Salina and spend a substantial amount of time paying attention. What is going on at Broadway and Republic? Hello? What's the blue pipe on the ground? Is this thing working?
Yeah.
What's the blue pipe on the ground? Broadway and Republic. Is it water line?
I would assume so, yeah.
Broadway, Republic, Republic, Osage. Blue pipe laying on the ground. Is that water main?
I would assume it is, yeah.
You would assume?
Yeah, I don't.
Manager doesn't manage.
So Republic and Osage, we've got water mains going in there, and Dover Drive is just east of there. You could throw a rock and hit it. I've lived here my whole life, and this is sickening to hear about the children that are suffering. This is horrible. I have a mother that lives here. Time moves on. Go back to Martha's study session. We have water mains in this town that are 100 years old. That's unacceptable. I was a city employee here 20 years ago, and that was talked about then. And city management then didn't want to do anything. So appreciate what you guys do. This isn't good. This isn't good. It is very unacceptable. And I think you as a commission need to look at some other avenues. So anyways, thank you.
Okay, anyone else? Okay, I'll bring it back to the commission for further discussion.
One moment. Thank you, sir.
First of all, I'm really impressed with the turnout. A lot of people have come out here today. My name's Alex Bishel, Salina, Kansas, Fuel Circle. A lot of people have come out here for the disgusting water in Salina, especially on North Town. This has gone on for many years. I'm also mad about the shelter killing puppies unsedated. The shelter's also been struggling with funding for many years. And I totally agree about the private contractors and how they can rip us off a lot of the time, because they're for-profit companies. They're about making money. They do that everywhere. I think the real issue that people are getting at is that we need some kind of planning to get this done expeditiously on time, without dependency on other sources like the federal government and private companies as much. And I think that's going to take asking some uncomfortable questions, like, should we hire permanent staff instead of contracting out to these private companies? Should we raise taxes for these kinds of services instead of doing things like funding a new jail a couple years ago? So I think we're going to have to dig deep and ask these questions. Do we need to raise taxes for self-sufficiency like this? Do we need to do things like have the Animal Advisory Board have more accountability over the shelter? Do we have to look at the pool and see if, because the chlorine runs through the water every year when they fill up the pool, do we have to look at holding that company accountable? I think we have to look at our priorities and really consider changing some major things and then just doing it. Thank you.
Hold the city accountable when they make the rules.
Okay.
Hi, Greg. I'd like you to look at me this time instead of taking notes. You can take notes afterwards. I really don't have anything you need to write down, but I'd like your attention this time, sir.
What's your name?
And I appreciate that. Mr. Hoppick, Mr. Ivy, Mr. Davis. I think everybody, starting here from Mr. Remp over to this side, can tender resignations and I'll be just fine with it. Because you guys are not representing your community, you're not taking care of the problems in front of you, and you're allowing things to go on that should not be going on. Mr. Davis, I'm talking to you. Would you please look at me? I know you have a lot of notes to take, but it would be appreciated if you could pay attention to the people who put you in this place.
Sir, I can hear you.
I know you can. Well, you're not listening, or else you would have listened to us earlier. And I don't need retort. I can address you in any manner that I wish. You work for us. For some reason, that has flipped. And we're not beholden to you. You're beholden to us. Yep. You need to start pulling your head out of your ass. And I don't know which one of you needed that as a child. Mr. Davis, I know you are taking notes, but I would like your attention. This is exactly the kind of thing that I'm talking about. Demeaning people and being condescending and not listening. And I know you're a doctor, and I appreciate that, but I've actually been harassed online by some of the people at your hospital. standing up for some of you guys and trying to say, oh, you need to do a better job. And you're still not looking at me. You're just, it is beyond.
You're wasting your 3 minutes,
I'm looking at you
sir.
directly, and I've been looking at them, and they're looking at me.
You're wasting
You
your
are
3
not.
minutes.
And don't look at me. You've got, what is it, 26% approval rating? 18% approval rate? 22% approval rate? I think it was 21 last time I looked. You're in pretty bad shape too, Mr. Hoppick, and you're the mayor. And you, everybody passed you like bad sushi in Abilene, and I don't know why you ended up landing here, but I know what came out of it. Horse shit. Please, all we're asking for is for you to address the problems that are present now that have been here since 2010. No, it's not all your fault because it started in 2010, but you can't replace 2 miles worth of 100 miles that needs replaced. That'd take 50 years. It doubles in cost every 5 to 8 years. What kind of financial sense is that? Let's put some more money back for the river dream down here. I'm sorry, it doesn't fit your needs. We need this. I mean, you're going to get your pants sued off of you. And I want you to understand that. I really would like to see a resignation letter from here over. But I know that's not probably going to happen because it'll leave us all hamstrung. And I'm sorry I'm raising my voice, but I drink brown water constantly. And when it's not brown water, it's filled with so much chlorine it turns my clothes a different color. And I'm tired of it. I can't give it my dogs. I don't brush my teeth with it. I damn sure don't cook with it. And I'd love to bring you some of that. Oh, and you can smirk and you do it. I don't know. But I'm tired of it. And I'm probably close to my 3 minutes. And I'm sorry if I went over. But I think I addressed it. And I'm tired of the inaction that this group has shown. And I'm just Joe Blow. I moved out here to get out of this crap because I lived in Colorado. And the cesspool that this community is stupid right here. I'm sorry, I don't mean it personally, but you don't know what you're doing, and you should know what you're doing. You run the title company. You own several. Excuse me, Mr. Linkwitz.
Okay.
You own several rentals.
Thank you.
You should know about that kind of thing, Mr. Ivy.
Okay.
You got a pretty successful business, don't you? And I know Mr. Davis, he saws on people all the time. I hope he looks at them when he's doing it.
Thank you.
Let me close, Dover Drive again, and I just wrote down a few notes before I came. I really didn't know if I wanted to talk, which I probably shouldn't be, but a neighbor called me this morning, and she said she has information that she had contacted the city February 25th of last year, or no, of 25, excuse me. Well, that was last year.
Yeah.
It was remarkable. The city water tests are just at the allowed readings to not go over to fail the water test. The water certainly didn't come from Dover Drive. And I'm wondering if we should be using paper plates to eliminate some of this exposure we're getting from our water. The study session has been done, so doesn't that mean that they can go forward soon before next year? Not 28, this year. And it's just not acceptable. We want to enjoy good water, clean water, healthy water, and not have health issues like we're having. And I hope I live long enough to appreciate good water. The community has been very helpful, especially donating water. In fact, every little bit someone says, I donated water, I donated water. And they're all donated at one time, so we're having to put it in storage. And my neighbor, again, said that heat is not good for that water in the plastic containers. She's done a lot of research on this, but we do appreciate the water, and we will need it more than just this several months, and we need it. We need the solution done with the new pipes, not water bottles.
We need a good solution quickly. Thank you for listening.
Thank you.
And all of the community.
You guys need to re-vote on a bridge and a walkway.
What bridge? No, they done away with the
Yeah.
bridges.
No, they just.
Go ahead.
I'll allow the time. Wait, just for a moment. I did not plan to speak, so my name is Shannon Wallace of Salina since '94. Like I said, I did not have anything planned, but listening to stories of people that I've grown up my entire life with, I would like to offer, this is my cup filled with filtered water, some Mio things that, to stay hydrated, because I delivered mail in this town for 8 whole years. I would like to go dump it out and fill it in a sink in your bathroom. How's that sound? I mean, this area particularly I grew up in. So I will go dump this out, and if anyone will offer to drink from it, please, because it's terrible. The city water that I grew up drinking out straight out of a hose has only ever gotten worse and worse and worse and worse. So people demanding change now, I demand that someone drinks this once I dump it and fill it from a restroom sink. And I'll be back in like...
Look, bottled water, bottle.
Yeah, no, I understand. Some people can afford bottled water. I live in the Kansas Wesleyan area now in a home that I purchased. And guess what? I can't drink the water. I can't drink it to my dogs. My 2 senior dogs that I've cared for 10 and 11 years that grew up on city water and maintain. My Great Dane somehow is not dying of hip dysplasia and things like that, but the average life expectancy of any Great Dane is around 10 years old. And I could provide records from my vet over on East North Street of how he's maintained such quality of life, and I can guarantee it is not from drinking city water. I will just give my time to the audience, because like I said, I had nothing planned to say, but it's so compelling to hear people from the North End that are my best friends' mothers, and people from Indian Village, which I delivered to over the years. I could count up like thousands of times that I would have walked Dover Drive specifically, Bachtold, but like every little corner of the mental map of Salina that I'm blessed with. It's ridiculous, and it's very upsetting, and I do not publicly speak because the shaky voice. So I would like to go dump this, and I'll just be back, and roughly I'll find a bathroom as quickly as I can in this confusing building.
Thank you.
I'll be back. Yeah, now I gotta dump the water somewhere.
Is there anyone else?
Well, I'll try.
Okay, I will bring it back to the commission.
Okay.
You have,
Looks like on the east side, but I gotta go back to my coordinated water
okay.
tonight.
Did you have? Make a motion. Go ahead. You want any more discussion?
Neighborhood, the one that got the water pipe replaced in priority
Please.
instead of ours.
Please. Any more discussion after?
Yeah. Motion.
Well, I have
Okay.
I'm going to jump ahead a little bit here. I realize I have privilege. I have privilege compared to probably most of the people in this room. And how did I get that privilege? I ran businesses on every corner of our community, and I listened to people. And when I ran for commissioner, I vowed that I would listen to people and I would be their voice. I understand, again, I have things that a lot of people can't have, and it's the community that gave me that, which is why I'm motivated to work for the community. It's apparent to me that we need to do more, and I've been right there with you. We need to do better.
That's why they said from you over resignation.
Anyway, did you have any other suggestions or
as far as other suggestions, I think we need to go back to January 1 of '25 that money needs to be rebated. That money needs to be rebated back so the people have seed money to work with.
Okay.
And
Okay, come on, guys.
Come on, come on now. Stacy, I'll be done. Teeth don't turn yellow.
Drinks. I drink out of the water faucet here every day. Okay. Please, could we? Thank you. Okay, Mr. Rep, go ahead.
well, as I mentioned, I think we need to go back 18, 19 months. Jacob or Mr. Wood, how much, doing rough math, and I'm talking the whole enchilada of their bill, not just the water portion. I know that includes trash and a basic service fee and things of that nature. But for the average home, going back 18 or 19 months, what type of dollar amount do you think that represents?
Yeah, I mean, the three houses on Dover that have been in question, their typical bill is between $50 and $60 a month. So
okay, so year and a half, about 900.
That would include the entire bill. So that would be a distinction from what's in this.
Yeah, I think we need. I mean, it would be nice. I've only been a part of the commission since the first of the year. I know there have been people that have stated that they've had bad water forever for the entire length of time they've been here. I know from a big picture perspective, it's kind of where do we start, where do we stop when we start looking at these programs. But I think we need to go back a year and a half, the entire bill, rebate it, and I think for the whole house filtration system, I'm going to say a rebate up to $750. So if they're getting $900 back on average, they would have that money in hand to instantly work on a filtration system. And I think that's minimum what we should do.
Just for discussion, I think we need to make a distinction between the total water bill and the water portion of that bill. Because the total bill includes the recycling center fee.
Understand.
Right.
But I'm talking the total bill.
But didn't they pay for water that they should have already gotten?
Please, let us trying to.
We have to do this in open session, but I could see definitely going back to January 2025. We're going to start to introduce other variables other than the water if we go beyond the water portion of the bill. Now the other thing that I would, and actually the rebate up to $750 would be reasonable. I think it's a good idea, and I would also want to amend it to include development of a program that would consider special circumstances for those with insufficient funds to upfront afford the cost of the whole house filter. I think the
North end of Salina is all tainted.
city manager can probably come up with a plan faster than we're going to sit here and do it in open session.
Trust the city manager?
But I would, like us, obviously, to be kept abreast, and the public as well. But he needs the ability to get something moving without waiting for these artificial every 14-day times that we meet. So the real only amendments would be the January 2025 start date, increasing the rebate to $750, and coming up with some plan for those who can't afford to just write a check for water filter.
And we would be What, could we, please, we're trying to come up with a plan. Please, just a second.
So you guys not just one section. You have to rebate everybody in town.
Just,
Not just you guys have been failing to make plans for a long time.
Please.
Please, I get to redress you in any time, in any form that
No.
I wish.
No.
You work for us.
We're trying to come up with a
What I'm
response.
trying to say is there are people that would like to add to this conversation. I know that you guys are super important and way
No,
above
we're
us,
not
and
super-
we don't
we're
get
trying-
to do that.
we're-
Heck, Mr. Davis doesn't even have to look at us. It's
We,
pretty
we,
nice. It's pretty cool.
we are
Cool.
trying to conduct.
Everybody loves you like that.
We're trying to
I'm
conduct-
telling you, it's just not working. You guys have had plenty of
I would
opportunity.
love for you to be able to stay in this room, but I need you to please,
No.
please.
Go ahead. I'm not causing any problems.
Yeah.
I'm trying to address the ones that you are not. And yeah,
Thank you.
and you wouldn't
Please.
have somebody have a surgery and then send them outside to sit in the parking lot to get over it. I think
Okay.
I would pay for the entire bill. That's my input.
Thank you.
And I'm sorry. I'll let,
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
no one's listening.
We, okay, go ahead.
So just be those three amendments.
Okay, go to January 25.
25.
$750.
Yeah.
And if someone needs, will prepay or whatever, I mean, I guess.
It's what it's probably going to amount to, but.
Okay, say the rebate. And what was the third thing?
The prepayment or way to get it for a person that just doesn't have the money.
You okay with, everybody okay with that? If we, I guess you want to make a motion and see if we can.
Okay.
Point of clarification first. Are we only talking Dover Drive, or
No,
we're
no,
talking any
no.
home that has a demonstrated water issue?
Right, that's, yeah, it's others.
Thank you.
Yeah, we got 11th, wherever. Yeah.
Okay.
But that's.
Just want to be clear.
Yeah.
Okay, move to approve resolution number 26-8362 with amendments that would include the start date of January 2020.
Could you hold just a, please? Can we please, we're going to take a 5-minute break if we can't. We're trying to make a motion and we're trying to conduct business, please. I just asked for a little bit of courtesy. Thank you.
Hey, Mike, just one question. What are we approving?
You'll hear it here in a second. We're making a motion.
There was
No.
a resolution. You guys have made a bunch of changes. So what are we approving?
That's what we're reading. Listen, okay. Yeah, go ahead.
Move to approve resolution number 26-8362 with the following amendments. Moving the start date for consideration of rebates to January 2025. Increasing the amount of coverage for a home filter system up to $750. And charging the city manager to come up with some plan that would accommodate those with insufficient funds to purchase a filter.
Okay, we have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve resolution number 26-8362, authorizing the city manager to develop and implement administer a water rate relief pilot plan with the following amendments, moving the rebate date back to January 1 of 2025 and allowing up to $750 for a home filtration system. Does that sound right?
Yeah, and coming up with a plan.
Coming up with a plan on whether it's a rebate or paying that in advance. Okay. Do we have a second? Did we have a second? A motion and a second. Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? That item passes 5-0. Okay, do we need a recess or going to move on?
What's next on the agenda?
I need to run to the hall and back.
Okay, we're going to take a 5-minute recess. We'll be back here at 6:34. Okay, we are back in session.
I know. Thank you, Linda.
Okay, we're back in session. We'll move to item 5.4.
Item 5.4, consider approval of ordinance number 26-11289, approving the Santa Fe Showdown as a special event and authorizing the consumption of alcoholic liquor within the boundaries of barricaded street right-of-way areas.
Okay. Mr. Marsh.
Good evening, Commissioners and Mayor. The owner of Calvin's Customs and Hot Rod Repairs has submitted a special event permit application, an alcoholic beverage special event retailer's permit application, and an amplified sound permit application for the Santa Fe Showdown event scheduled for Friday, July 24th, 2026. Only the alcoholic beverage special event retailer's permit requires City Commission approval. The remaining permits may be approved administratively through the city's special event review process. The Santa Fe Showdown is scheduled from 5 p.m. to 11 p.m., like I said, on Friday the 24th of July 2026, with setup beginning at 3 p.m. and teardown concluding by 1 a.m. The event will be held in the 300 block of North Santa Fe Avenue in the area that is on the attached exhibit in your packet. The applicant is requesting approval of an ordinance authorizing the possession and consumption of alcoholic liquor within the approved event boundaries. Although the event is located outside the boundaries of Downtown Business District Downtown Business Improvement District Number 1, Salina Downtown Inc. was notified as part of the review process and indicated they are aware and support the event. If approved, the event boundaries will be clearly identified by barricades, signage, a posted map, or other reasonable means, as required by state law in Chapter 5 of the Salina Code. There's no significant fiscal impact on the city beyond the routine provision of traffic control devices. Staff has identified the following alternatives for City Commissioner consideration. Adopt ordinance number 26-11289, approving the Santa Fe Showdown as a special event and authorizing the possession and consumption of alcoholic liquor within the approved event boundaries. Adopt the ordinance with modifications to the location boundaries or conditions of the approval. Postpone consideration of the request to allow additional information to be provided by the applicant or staff, or decline to adopt ordinance number 26-11289. The recommendation from city staff is to approve number 1. I stand for any questions.
Any questions or comments?
Mr. Marsh, how many, I think they've done this for like 5 to 7 years in a row, perhaps?
Something like that, yes, Commissioner.
So it's just what they've done every year during the lead sled?
Yes. Correct.
Yeah.
Correct, same thing.
Okay. Any comments or from the public?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
We have a
I make a motion to approve ordinance number 26-11289, approving the Santa Fe Showdown as a special event and authorizing the possession and consumption of alcoholic liquor within the approved event boundaries.
Second.
We have a motion and a second adopting ordinance number 26-11289, approving the Santa Fe Showdown as a special event and authorizing the possession and consumption of alcoholic liquor within the approved event boundaries. May we have a roll call, please?
Commissioner Davis?
Aye.
Commissioner Ivey?
Aye.
Commissioner Linkowitz?
Aye.
Commissioner Rem?
Aye.
Mayor Hoppick?
Aye. That item passes 5-0. That will bring us to development business.
Item 6.1, consider the approval of the final plat of the Salina Family Addition, a one-lot plat of a 9.274-acre tract of land located at the northwest corner of Ohio Street and Edison Place.
Mr. Hers.
Yes, thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. This particular item is, you can go to the next slide, Scott. This particular item is the final development piece for the Salina Family Addition. We met back in April when this property was rezoned, and there was easements as well as restricted access that were dedicated and acted upon for this particular project. So for the background, the property is located at Ohio and Edison and was formerly used as a utility service yard and is now being redeveloped for a medical clinic for Salina Family. and the entire tract was rezoned in April to a C3 zoning district, and tonight's request is the final plating step needed for redeveloping the project or the property. Next slide, please. The request is approval of a final plat for the Salina Family Addition. In practical terms, the plat replaces an outdated 1938 parent plat and creates one clearly defined lot of record for Salina Family to redevelop the site. Next slide, please. For lot design, the final plat creates a 9.274 acre commercial lot. That lot is well above the minimum lot size requirements for the C3 district, and the proposed development remains well within the allowable lot coverage standards, so the proposed lot would meet all the C3 criteria. Next slide, please. Looking at public utilities and services, this site is well served by existing infrastructure, including a water and sewer line, sanitary sewer line along Ohio Street. The project also includes a new public water line extension that would be run down Edison Place to the south of the property, with final design approval remaining a technical item that is still pending. For storm drainage, the drainage plan improves the conditions compared to the site's previous use. Previously, it was a utility storage yard with a lot of gravel, and we're adding some green space and landscaping that will reduce the amount of peak runoff experienced on the site. Stormwater will be conveyed through underground pipes and directed to the channel, and you can see that on the diagram of the screen. For street access and traffic management, the site will have access from Edison Place, and there's also a break-in access that was previously approved by the Commission along Ohio Street. The city has already approved the traffic monitoring and future cost-sharing framework for later improvements if they end up being needed. For easements and dedications, the final plat shows the utility and drainage easements needed for the project, along with areas of controlled access along Ohio Street. These dedication items have already been accepted by the city back in April and are now being carried forward on the final plat. For proposed improvements, the project includes a new public water line, water main extension in Edison Place, and a new sidewalk along Edison frontage. Any future traffic-related improvements would be addressed separately under the framework already approved by the City Commission. For traffic cost recovery, the final plat itself does not create any fiscal impact, but the city has already established how traffic monitoring and future improvements would be handled. The developer is responsible for the required traffic counts, and any later cost shared would be followed per the previous structured plans that were approved. For conformance with the comprehensive plan shows this area as being future commercial, and the C3 district fits within that. It also represents an infill redevelopment of an existing service site along a major street, which is an incentive of the comprehensive plan. Looking at the zoning ordinance conformance, the site is now uniformly zoned C3, and a medical clinic is a permitted use within that district. A final plat also meets the applicable dimensions and lot coverage requirements that would be associated with the proposed redevelopment plan. So for staff analysis, overall, staff found that this would be a sound infill replat that updates an outdated legal description, creates one conforming lot of record, and uses existing public infrastructure efficiently. The Planning Commission held a public meeting on June 16th, 2026, and received no public comment. After its review, the Planning Commission voted 5-0 to recommend approval of the final plat, finding that it conforms with the approved Salina Family Addition preliminary plat and with the applicable codes and regulations of the subdivision requirements. The City Commission has the following actions, and they are on page 6 of your staff report. Number 1, the Commission may approve the final plat and authorize the mayor to sign the plat. Number 2, they could postpone the item if additional information is needed, Or 3, they could return the plat to the Planning Commission, stating the reasons thereof. Staff's recommendation would be to move the City Commission to approve the final plat of the Salina Family Addition and authorize the mayor to sign the plat on behalf of the city based on the Planning Commission's unanimous recommendation and subject to the conditions stated in the Planning Commission's resolution number 26003. As a reminder of what those outstanding conditions are, I have them here. Number 1 was that the applicant's design engineer shall secure final technical approval from the Director of Utilities and the city engineer for public water main extensions in Edison Place prior to the recording of the final plat. The development shall also obtain any required construction permits from KDHE necessary for the construction of the water main extension. Number 2, the developer shall construct the 5-foot wide concrete public sidewalk along the north side of Edison Place adjacent to the property. Frontage and full city specifications prior to issuance of a certificate of occupancy for the medical clinic structure, or provide an acceptable financial guarantee via performance bond filed with the city clerk pursuant to Salina Code. And then lastly, all new on-site electrical, gas, communication, and television service lines shall be fully constructed entirely underground. With that, we'll take any questions you might have.
Any questions?
None.
Okay. Okay, any questions or comments from the public? Okay. If not, I will bring it back to the commission for action.
I move to approve the final plat of the Salina Family Addition, a one-lot plat of a 9.274 acre tract of land located at the northwest corner of Ohio Street and Edison Place, and authorize the mayor to sign the final plat.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion, a second, approving the final plat of the Salina Family Addition and authorizing the mayor to sign the plat on behalf of the city based on the Planning Commission's unanimous recommendation and subject to the conditions stated in Planning Commission Resolution number 26-03. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? That item passes 5-0. Okay, that will bring us to other business. Is there an item a commissioner would like to bring before the group?
I have a couple of things, if I could. Already mentioned roughly a year ago, the community wanted change. One item in particular, really, for me, was the straw that broke the camel's back. That item still exists today with additional items added to it. The approval ratings were mentioned earlier, and they're not very flattering for our group as a whole. We could improve that tonight by pulling the plug on the cozy deal. It's been a struggle to figure out exactly the total dollars spent, but in my humble opinion, spending the first dollar was too much on this. Again, we could improve our approval rating, each of us, and, well, I'll just put that aside. I'm going to make a motion that we should end the cozy deal now, pull the plug on it, please.
Yeah!
Somebody second it.
Are we?
Come on, you want to do it. Man.
Okay.
Make it happen.
We do have.
You proud.
We do.
Lost under the First Amendment. You can't get that back.
We do have an executive session, so we'll. So I'm going to go and not going to unless somebody wants to second that.
You're not going to do this again.
No, stop.
No, you're
Okay.
not going to tell me what to do. You can toss me out. I'll go.
Okay.
But
Thank you.
you guys need to
Thank
start
you.
paying attention to your
Thank you.
constituents.
Thank you.
It's good to see you at church. It's good to see you at church, brother. Let's go.
I see you violating the First Amendment.
Okay.
You're gonna feel that too?
You have something else. Please.
If we could, I also want to make a note. I hear people talking about the First Amendment rights, and I made some comments this past week on social media regarding that. I talked about working for the community. I keep a pulse on the community. I think a pretty good pulse. I just want to let you know that if anybody wanted to speak on that tonight, I guess I would ask you to just hold off on that. I've already dealt with it. I've already talked to leadership about it, and we have bigger fish to fry. And and last but not least, kind of conclude my list here. With everything going on, I hate to be absent at the next meeting. I will Zoom. I have figured out how to use the little toggle on the top of my laptop that turns the camera on. I think it's part of my eyelids getting the surgery that my field of vision goes a little higher. My wife and I, it's actually her family has a wedding in Michigan that weekend before, and we haven't been there in years, and we're going up, and I'll be Zooming that next meeting.
Okay.
And that's all for me.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Linkowitz?
Voting on me being gone?
Anything else? Okay, under other business, I always like to bring something forward that's positive, and I'd like to, on June 26th, I had the honor of attending a ceremony out at the old, what was it, used to be St. John's Military School, St. Francis Ministries, and they signed an agreement where St. Francis Ministries will be transferring that property over to the Salina Area Technical College, and that's a big plus for them. It's going to allow them to expand their campus. It's also going to give them some dorm space that they never had before, and so congratulations to Greg and his group out at the VOTEC as they continue to expand their courses and their student body. So, okay, with that, we will move to Citizens Forum. Please state your name and keep your comments to 3 minutes or less. Thank you.
Ben Winhill, Salina. The reason why I'm coming up here is because I didn't have enough time during the water session to be able to get in everything that I wanted to get in. I would like to have the city manager and every one of you commissioners listen really close to what I'm about to say. And it all involves numbers with the water department. I heard complaints about this since 1979. That was 47 years ago. 47 years this has been going on. The flushers that are in place, and this is all things that I've come up with within the last week, the flushers that are in place to clean up the water in the neighborhoods produces 160 gallons a minute for 1 hour, twice a week. That's 144,000 gallons a month. The cost, according to our water bills, going by at the rate of $6.10 for every 1,000 gallons, is $885 a month per flusher. I don't know how many flushers are in town, but it's $885 per flusher per month. The yearly hydrant flush, I'm estimating it at 10 minutes a flush. That's $10 for each hydrant. That doesn't sound like much, but there are 2,481 hydrants on the infrastructure. That's costing the water department $24,810. and it uses, get this number, write it down, Mr. Davis, you might want it, 3,969,000 gallons per year of water going down the drain. Main breaks. You talked about main breaks. All right, they are very labor intensive to fix these things. And they happen on a large, it happens all the time. This wouldn't be happening if the infrastructure was changed over to plastic a long time ago. Along with another issue that the water department is dealing with that has the same scope of work as the main breaks. And according to the water department, there have been 17 of these in the first 6 months of this year. 17. This is another issue up and beyond dirty water. All of this is coming out of the water department's budget, and our water rates are a reflection of the maintenance needed to keep this outdated system up and running. The final thing on this would be our community went through a significant drought in 2017. And it is a known fact that our aquifer is not that sufficient and doesn't recharge quickly. And the river water coming from Canopolis that is fed by the streams and runoff west of the lake, that area is even in worse shape as far as drought than we are here in Salina. So where is the conserving of water that we were told about in 2017 that has to happen? Because our water is a commodity that is precious and isn't around all the time. So with that, sometime in the near future, I am calling for a meeting with the city manager, Jacob Wood, and in attendance will be I, Tom Wilbur, and Tiffany Maurer. We have other issues that we wish to bring up. I have 2 of them, and it can't be said here because if I do, we're opening up a whole different can of worms. Thank you.
Thank you.
Debbie Corrales, June 3rd, 2026, 27-year pit bull ban repealed by Ottawa, Kansas, 62. That's where we're at. And now that everybody knows Andy has a pit bull, the city of Salina in the last 2 years has adopted out dogs that they've misidentified as a certain breed, and they've turned out to be up to 98% pit bull, 40 dogs. You have unleashed that are pit bulls in this town, but it's illegal for people to have them. Yeah, Andy can. I have a few questions about the city's process for responding to open records requests. First, who serves as a city official custodian of public records under the Kansas Open Records Act? Second, when records are released with redactions, what is the city's review process? Who determines what information is withheld from the public, and who reviews those redactions before the records are released? And finally, where does the ultimate responsibility lie for ensuring that the redactions are accurate and comply with Kansas law? Is it the responsibility of the records custodian, the city attorney, the city manager, or does the responsibility ultimately rest on the city commission? I'm simply trying to better understand the city's process and who is accountable for ensuring public receives records that comply with the Kansas Open Record Act. Thank you. Back to pit bulls. Is the city going to be responsible if these dogs attack somebody? Because these dogs were identified as Chihuahua mixes. Not really. I just don't want them to go back and look up the dog breeds that I mentioned. And now it turns out they're pit bulls, 57% or higher. So I suggest we quit visually identifying and DNAing dogs and just call them mixed breeds. The end. Because you guys have released over 40 pit bulls in the last 2 years in this city, and we don't know about, well, I do. You don't. So the ban doesn't work. Because they called my dog a lab retriever mix, and she doesn't have a drop of lab in her. She's a freaking pit bull. Thank you.
We're going to answer the question about Flora. Somebody going to answer that question?
No. Go next, please.
Diana Fabinius, Salina, Kansas. I am now going to talk about what I came to talk about is the shelter. I used to have German Shepherds. As I got older, I downsized. Now I have Cavapoos. Excuse me. Moved to a new area, and the gentleman across the street has 3 large, suspiciously white, large dogs. And he likes to let them out in the morning, and they run the neighborhood. And I'm not the only one that has complained about them. I have currently 8 open complaints at the Salina Animal Shelter. This is not working. When I donate stuff to them, I go in and I say, can I have an update? They give me various excuses or whatever, and the last time was, well, he's never home. We have a summons for him. I said, he's home all the time. He works on cars in his yard. He won't answer the door to us. And I said, excuse me, that's what cops are for. I had to call my vet and see if what my Lily was experiencing was a heart attack. And she can get a heart attack from being so scared. This big white dog jumps on my glass front door because I deserve to have my door open and the sun come in. And he jumps and tries to bite through it. And the 2 black dogs jump on my front screen window trying to bite the screen off. I have these on video. I've been living here now 2 years. How long do I have to take? It is not the dog's fault because I have been out by myself without my dogs. And I petted the dogs. They're nice dogs. They have no training. They have no supervision. There are some people that should not have animals. I'm waiting. I think my recommendation would be whatever happened in the past, I don't care. But give Prairie Paws a chance. I've seen videos of them throwing pills over. Anybody that has ever owned a pet knows that you can't throw a pill at a dog or a cat. You can wrap it very tightly in cheese. They will eat the cheese around it and drop the pill. Yes. But you can't have people that don't care in an animal shelter. And these people obviously do not care.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sue Nichols, Salina. Before I begin, I'd like to explain what the signs around town that read Justice for Animals really mean. Many people assume that they're only about the 3 puppies. The truth is the 3 puppies are what first brought me into this fight. But as I began requesting records, I discovered Chico. I found cats. I found bats. I found wildlife. I found case after case of animals whose stories deserve to be told. I've heard Commissioner Davis say, we don't know what we don't know, and I absolutely agree with you. When this began, none of us knew the full extent of what had been happening inside our community's animal shelter, but now we do know. Through the city's own records, veterinary reports, emails, and employee text messages, we've learned what happened to Chico and many other animals. Once we know, we have a responsibility to act, something you guys have failed to do. Tonight, I'd like to talk to you about one of those animals, and his name was Chico. These are not my words. These are the words of the city's own contract veterinarian, Dr. Melissa Juby. There was also an incident a few weeks ago in which a dog named Chico had significant weight loss and vomiting 2 weeks after his surgery. This was repeatedly brought to Mo's attention, who waited until I got there on Thursday to examine the dog. I palpated a mass and recommended radiographs. Radiographs were supportive of foreign body, both of which would require an exploratory surgery. Due to financial concerns, Mo opted for euthanasia, which I agreed was the best decision if surgery could not be pursued. I performed a necropsy and found approximately 2 feet of digested towel material, kennel padding, and necrotic intestines. If this had been addressed earlier in the week when concerns were initially presented to Mo, an exploratory surgery, foreign body removal, likely would have been recommended, declined, and euthanasia elected for earlier. Instead, I'm going to leave you with these words. The patient was left to suffer for a number of days. Do you get it? Do you get it? I don't think you get it.
Rose Base, Salina. You just heard Dr. Melissa Juby's account of what happened to Chico. Now I'd like to show you how the city's own records support every part of her statement. On Tuesday, November 18th, a kennel employee, Heidi Padina, texted, "I said to Mo, he's been throwing up, barely wanting to eat or walk, and he has not been acting right." Mo said, "Just watch him closely." The following day, Heidi again reported Chico's condition. "I told Mo, Chico's still throwing up." Mo wrote it down. "I told her he came in with another dog, and she told me to try and put him with that dog to see if he'd feel better. There was no difference, and she told me she'd have Dr. Juby check him out on Thursday, and even wrote it down." When Dr. Juby finally examined Chico on November 20th, she documented that he had lost 8 pounds in just 3 weeks, dropping from 54 pounds to 46 pounds. He was approximately 10% dehydrated and had been vomiting and had an obstruction of an abdominal mass. She immediately recommended emergency x-rays. Immediately afterwards, Superintendent Andrea Murphy notified Parks and Recreation Jeff Hammond by email. Attached is a document from Heidi that she spoke with Mo about, but nothing was done, and it's not added to the list for Dr. Juby to look at today. Andrea continued, "Dr. Juby has just checked him and said he needs to go in for an x-ray immediately. I just sent him to Town and Country, but Dr. Juby's findings make her think he will need to be euthanized. If he had gotten to the vet on Monday or Tuesday, the outcome would have been different." Jeff Hammond then asked Andrea, "What day did the text from Heidi to Monique come in?" Andrea confirmed they were the days Heidi had spoken with Monique and Jeff in person. Jeff replied, "Got it." Later that morning, after Chico returned from Town and Country Animal Hospital, Andrea wrote, "The ACO is going to pick up Chico and I'm going to euthanize him. Since Dr. Juby is here, she has offered to open up the stomach after the euthanasia to determine the cause, and we will know if it could have been prevented." After Chico was euthanized, Dr. Juby found approximately 2 feet of twisted towel material lodged in his intestines. Andrea's final email to Jeff stated, "Dr. Juby stated that if he had gotten care on Monday or Tuesday, it most likely would have been a different outcome. Those are not opinions. They are the city's own veterinary records, employee text messages, and internal emails documenting the events surrounding Chico's death." Chico suffered because of their neglect. What's it going to take for you guys to listen to us? Please. Doug? I mean, come on, you guys. How naive can you be about this? The water issue's big. This has been going on, and we got more. Do you want the community to know about all the rest of it? Because they're going to. I'm just going to keep bringing it. Sue's going to keep bringing it. This whole damn team's going to keep bringing it. I'm just tired of it. You guys aren't doing a damn thing about it.
Hello, Christy Dixon, Salina, Kansas. I'd like to discuss another email written by Andrea Murphy, the good old girl on your team. She's good people. In that email to Jeff Hammond, Andrea wrote, "I am still auditing and rewriting the drug log from 2025 for surgery because of the amount of mistakes and missing given medications." Doesn't sound good. You know, you can't rewrite stuff, can we, Dr. Davis, as medical professionals? Those are Andrea Murphy's own words. That statement raises several important questions. Surgery drug logs often document the administration of medications that may include controlled substances. If those logs contain mistakes, is it appropriate to rewrite them after the fact? We know it's not. Were those corrections made in accordance with all applicable record-keeping requirements? Were the original surgery drug logs preserved? Or were they discarded and replaced? Those are important questions because original records are often essential to understanding what actually occurred and how documentation was corrected. The city will soon be receiving an open records request asking for the original surgery logs, along with any rewritten versions, so the public can understand exactly what changes were made, because there should not have been any changes. If the shelter's own leadership is documenting mistakes significant enough to require the logs to be rewrote, that should be a concern of every single one of you up there, to include Jacob and our attorney. Accurate medical documentation isn't optional. It's not optional. You have to document. It is a fundamental accountability, regulatory compliance, and the welfare of all animals entrusted in the shelter's care. I'd like this commission to consider another fact. In 2025, the city paid approximately $82,000 to Dr. Juby for veterinary services and another $90,000 to Town and Country. That's roughly $172,000 spent on every veterinary service in a single year. Imagine what that money could have accomplished if it had been invested in a private animal organization with full-time veterinary staff that knows what the hell they're doing. Someone available every day to evaluate dogs that are sick, hit by cars, injured, oversee the medical care, ensure proper controlled substance documentation, and provide immediate medical oversight. Instead, Parks and Recreation has demonstrated that the operation of an animal shelter requires expertise beyond its core mission. The animals deserve professionalism. We all understand this. They deserve professionals who take medical documentation seriously and understand that record-keeping requirements imposed by the Kansas Department of Agriculture and other applicable laws and regulations. It's time for the city to transition the Salina Animal Shelter to a private organization with a full-time veterinary service available that can oversee animals like Chico. Doesn't take a consultant. Your good old girl's not about a damn thing. It's about hate and discontent. Suffering of animals.
Thank you. Thank you.
I was going to say good afternoon, but I think it's evening, so good evening, Mayor and City Commission. My name is Lori Hall from Salina. I'm here today to address the city's December 11th, 2025 public announcement titled Highly Pathogenic Avian Influenza Confirmed in Geese in Salina. My concern is simple. The headline states that HPAI was confirmed, yet the body of the announcement refers to suspected cases. A suspected case is not the same as a confirmed case. To better understand this issue, I reviewed guidance from the Kansas Department of Agriculture, the Kansas Department of Wildlife and Parks, the KSU Veterinary Health Center, USDA, APHIS, and the Center for Disease Control and Prevention. These agencies consistently emphasized laboratory testing, disease surveillance, and the involvement of agencies with expertise and legal authority to investigate and confirm wildlife diseases. City records show that geese suspected of having HPAI were taken into Salina Animal Services on December 5th, 6th, 10th, and 12th in 2025, surrounding the city's December 11th public announcement. An additional Canada goose was taken in on December 22nd, 2025. While HPI has been documented in rural Saline County, I found no publicly available evidence that the geese taken in by the Salina Animal Shelter had been confirmed as HPAI positive by qualified experts at the time the public announcement was issued. I have also received information that wildlife suspected of carrying HPAI were stored in the freezer at the shelter. Public biosecurity guidance recognizes that freezing as an appropriate temporary method of carcass storage, but when animals are properly triple bagged, the outer bag is decontaminated and strict biosecurity procedures are followed until final disposal. The guidance also notes that refrigeration or freezing does not inactivate the virus, and it can remain infectious after being frozen for more than 30 days. If wildlife suspected of carrying HPAI was stored in the shelter freezer, I ask that the city disclose whether those carcasses were segregated from other animals. What written biosecurity procedures were followed to prevent cross-contamination, and those procedures be made to the public if they exist. Commissioner Dr. Davis, as a physician, you understand the important difference between a suspected case and a confirmed case of a disease. I ask that this same standard be applied when communicating wildlife disease concerning the public, and that the Salina Animal Services not serve as the primary source for publicly announcing suspected or confirmed wildlife diseases.
Couple more seconds.
Those announcements should come from the agencies with legal authority, laboratory resources, and scientific experience. The public deserves accurate, transparent, and evidence-based information when a potentially serious disease is announced. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kathy Schwartz, Salina, Kansas. Over the past several years, the Commission has heard repeated promises that conditions at the Salina Animal Shelter would improve. These promises followed Animal Advisory Board meetings, Kansas Department of Agriculture inspections, public criticism, criminal charges, the hiring of a consultant, and repeated assurances that changes were being made. So I'd like to ask one simple question: what has actually changed? Recent shelter videos tell a different story. We still see dogs being returned to wet kennels after cleaning because the floors are not being properly squeegeed and dried. We still see multiple employees gathered around the front desk talking for extended periods of time while work remains to be done. We still see employees eating breakfast at the front desk and/or playing on their phones during work hours. Meanwhile, the animals continue waiting to be fed, to be let out. These are the same concerns that we have been raised time and time again. The same concerns discussed during Animal Advisory Board meetings, the same concerns identified during Kansas Department of Agriculture inspections. Yet, after years of promises, there have been no noticeable improvements. One response we've repeatedly heard is that the shelter simply needs more staff. I disagree. These videos don't demonstrate a lack of staff. They demonstrate a lack of leadership. Managing an animal shelter isn't simply about hiring people. It's about training them, motivating them, supervising them, holding them accountable, and creating a culture where animal care always comes first. I believe the answer isn't to continue asking Parks and Recreation to do something that falls outside their expertise. Yet after years of promises, there have been no noticeable improvements. The answer is to place the Salina Animal Shelter under the leadership of an experienced private animal welfare organization whose sole mission is caring for animals. An organization with experienced shelter professionals, a full-time veterinarian on staff, established training programs, strong operational oversight, and a culture where the welfare of animals comes first, not just during inspections or after public criticism, but every single day. The animals deserve more than promises. They deserve experienced professionals whose only mission is to provide the highest standard of care possible. I propose that we use an outside organization to run the animal shelter for the next 18 months to see how much better things happen. Get this monkey off your backs right now so you can focus on the water situation.
Mr. Mayor, rest of you. My name is Bonnie Newbrand. I live in Salina for the last 50 years. I'm going to talk to you about something that may not seem as important as some of these other issues, but it's very important. This is about the bathroom breaks that the animals get. The Salina Animal Shelter owns and operating procedures require that the dogs be taken out twice a day for a minimum of 15 minutes each. That policy exists for a reason. The dogs housed in the animal shelter live in one of the most stressful environments imaginable, sometimes 23 and a half hours a day in a pen or a kennel. Those two 15-minute outings aren't simple bathroom breaks. They're an opportunity for exercise, fresh air, mental stimulation, human interaction, and a chance to relieve the stress and anxiety of kennel life. But recent shelter videos tell a very different story. We've watched dogs miss their first and sometimes second break. We've watched dogs brought back inside after only 3 or 4 minutes, far short from the shelter's own minimum requirements. We've also watched an employee place a dog outside in the kennel, outside of the kennel, and return inside to sit at the front desk on a cell phone and simply wait until it was time to bring the dog back inside. That's not exercise. Is it enrichment? Is that meaningful socialization, or is it simply checking a box? Professional animal welfare organizations understand that enrichment and socialization are not optional. They are essential to a dog's physical health, mental health, and its behavior, and ultimately its chances of being adopted. Every missed walk, every shortened outing, every missed opportunity for interaction is a missed opportunity to improve that animal's quality of life and prepare it for a successful adoption. That's why I believe the city should transition the Salina Animal Shelter to an experienced private animal welfare organization. And if you know of one, we're open, get it. One with trained shelter professionals, a full-time veterinarian on staff, leadership that understands animal behavior, and a culture where enrichment, exercise, and compassionate care are priorities, not just when someone's watching. Because caring for animals is about far more than feeding them and cleaning kennels. I would like to say my husband and I went over there Friday to the shelter. I like going over just to see what kind of animals we have, little ones, big ones. There was a dog that was being adopted, a Great Dane, and that poor animal, they brought it out of the cage, brought it into the front, it peed all over everything. It just couldn't quit peeing. Then it took a poo that any horse would be proud of. I mean, that dog pooped and pooped and pooped and pooped. That dog had not been out of that kennel. And the other thing is, when we walked into the kennels just to see the dogs, it smelled so bad. There were 4 definite cages that had poop in them, and a possible 5th. One of the gals, the person has taken over for a while, she was cleaning cages hurriedly, and they said, well, Bonnie's here. I don't know if that meant anything or not, but I hope that they keep, I know my time's up, that you can't not take them out. And this is from Kansas Open Record Acts, that we have these videos, and you wouldn't believe what is on those videos. It should make...
Okay, thank you.
Huh?
What time was it?
Oh, and I was there at 11:45, and I thought they went in at 6 a.m. to clean those kennels.
Thank you.
Okay.
Parks and Rec. Great leadership.
She goes and then I go.
Annette Cox. I got a whole gob of videos on there that I'd love for you guys to see. I'd like to talk about something that may seem small, but I believe it speaks volumes about the culture inside the shelter. The employees' lack of interaction with the animals. Shelter employees would rather sit playing on their cell phones and talk to each other than interacting with the animals. Dog walkers, as stated in the last meeting, spend half of their time sitting in the office or in the break room when they should be, per their job, playing with the animals, interacting with them, socializing them, and making them be better pets to be adopted. It reduces stress, builds confidence, and makes more of a family pet. This isn't about doing what's easiest, like throwing a pill over the kennel that's in here every morning and every night for the 2 days that I requested video. They don't even open up the kennel to hand it to them. They toss it over. Who's to say where that lands? In some instances, the cleaner does not even use a squeegee on the floors in the court hold room. Is that because nobody else goes in there and they don't care? Because all she does is spray them. Maybe 20 minutes later, she was throwing the pills over the top, landing in probably the water or whatever, and then opening up the kennel doors to let the animal into the wet kennels. You can see the wetness on the floors. As she's spraying, she keeps spraying as she goes past a kennel with dog in it over there on the west side. Can't tell me that dog's not getting wet. I haven't even watched all the video yet. And it's just terrible. On Thursdays, which I had a Thursday on here, 2 ACOs come in on at 8 o'clock, 2 of them. They don't even have calls that day. Their surgery day. They sit there and gab pretty much the whole time. On Friday, again, 2 ACOs come in at 8 o'clock. They'll eat on the clock. Then you take a break later. And they're there until sometimes 7 p.m. And there again, they're just sitting there talking to each other. I've got tons of video of that. Why is not somebody else looking at this? Jacob's supposed to be in charge of this. Why is he not looking at this video and doing something? Getting them out there and doing something with the animals. I mean, it's ridiculous. So why aren't we hiring another entity to come in and run this? Because it's obvious that he can't.
Thank you.
Obvious. Please, look at anything you want.
Katie Shorlingville, Salina. I'm going to talk about
anonymous letters. I'd like to talk about something that may explain why so many of these problems continued for so long. Many of us first learned about serious concerns at the Salina Animal Shelter through anonymous letters. We now know those letters were written by shelter employees. Those employees chose to remain anonymous. Yet City Manager Jacob Wood publicly stated that he does not respond to anonymous complaints. I'd like to ask a different question. Why did those employees believe they had to remain anonymous in the first place? The city's own policy states that recording devices should not be used without all parties' knowledge unless certain conditions are met or prior approval has been obtained. Yet, records released through the Kansas Open Records Act include a transcript prepared by Andrea Murphy from an audio recording of one of her subordinate employees. After reviewing those records, I spoke with that employee. She told me she did not know she was being recorded. She also told me she recorded everything all the time, which is most of the reason staff didn't want to come to her about anything. If employees believed they might be secretly recorded, is it really surprising that they chose to report serious concerns anonymously? Those anonymous letters became the first public indication that 3 puppies had been euthanized under circumstances that raised serious concerns. As additional records have been released, they have also raised important questions about whether all 3 puppies were ever actually confirmed to have parvovirus.
They were playing in the lobby before they did it.
Regardless of how that question is ultimately answered, those anonymous letters were the reason the public ever learned about what happened. Had those employees remained silent, the public may never have known about the puppies. There likely would have been no public scrutiny, no investigation, no thousands of pages of public records, and no criminal charges filed against 2 members of shelter leadership. The anonymous letters weren't the problem. They were the beginning of accountability. The real question isn't why the letters were anonymous. The real question is what kind of workplace causes employees to believe that anonymity is their only protection. Employees within the city of Salina's workforce deserve a workplace where employees can raise legitimate concerns without fear of retaliation or intimidation. And I'm done, but I want to ask one question to you, Mr. Hoppick, and to you and you and you. What are we waiting for? Why are we letting months and months and months go by while these animals suffer? Do you have pets?
No, currently.
I didn't think so. You can't even imagine the pain and suffering that these animals and families and children have gone through. And I am so disgusted with all 4 of you and you, Jacob Wood. Why don't you guys go down there? When's the last time you've ever been in the shelter? You've never been in there.
Yes, I have.
Okay. Well, then get going down there.
Thank you, Katie.
Because we're sick of it.
Thank you.
Video of them doing dog shit.
Kim Hill, Salina. I'm here to talk to you tonight about Prairie Paws. She's being so kind to hand out a recent article last week, I believe, that the Emporia Gazette published on Prairie Paws. First, the cost savings to the city and taxpayers of Salina, Kansas. The 2025 budget was $906,000 plus another $288,000 from donation funds. Comparing Manhattan and Emporia, Manhattan was approximately $325,000 to Prairie Paws, and a recent article in the Emporia Gazette showed Emporia paid Prairie Paws $312,701.87 for 2025. I'm not sure about your math, but that savings for me is $298.13. That's close to making up your budget shortfall for 2027. Second, the PD would absorb 1, possibly 2 animal control officers. That's it, not 5 or more that has been suggested for our shelter. Third, Prairie Paws will retain current employees if they meet Prairie Paws standards. Fourth, Prairie Paws has at least 4 veterinarians on staff, readily available, not like Salina operates. Since the city of Salina paid Dr. Juby over $72,000 last year and other veterinary expenses approximately $90,000, that's a huge savings. 6, the volunteers will come back, the fosters will come back. 7th, they have mobile vet vehicles. They do fundraising. They give back to the community, like helping build a brand new state-of-the-art animal shelter in Manhattan that is occurring right now. 8, at Emporia, the shelter's live release rate has remained at 97% during 2025 and 2026, meaning nearly all animals leave the shelter through adoption, return to owner, or transfer to another organization rather than euthanasia. They have a big system that they could use to move our pit bulls to areas where they can be adopted. That would also, because now Emporia has that no-kill status, we could have that again like we did under Vanessa's watch. Last but not least, the care of the animals that find themselves in the shelter. They have a large network, as I said, to move the pit bulls. They have clean facilities that pass state inspections. They have employees that will go the extra mile to ensure that the animals are well cared for. Since my time is limited, I have provided you with the full article from the Emporia Gazette recently. I realize that there is a history, but as leaders, there are times when we have to say, man, I wasn't right about this. We have to swallow our pride and check our egos at the door. And as leaders, sometimes that can be the hardest thing that we do. But when we do it, it builds the confidence from those that we are leading, and it builds respect from them also. So I am asking you today to please give Prairie Paws an 18-month trial. And if it doesn't work, if things don't go well, then so be it. But at least give them a trial of 18 months. And maybe we can make the news like Emporia's shelter did.
I just got one question for these beautiful people standing up for the animals. As far as wasted money, why are those two poor excuses for humans still getting paid? Why are they still getting freaking paid? Because if I lose my job, any of you guys lose your job, you don't get paid. Why are they still on the payroll and we're paying it out? Why? What's the point?
Thank you.
Anybody else loses their job or loses their license, they don't get paid. Thank you. Talk about wasted money and mismanagement. You guys need classes on business management, financial management.
Michelle Timpson, Solomon. These are actual text messages obtained through the Kansas Open Records Act. They are actual words of the superintendent of Salina Animal Services. These are not rumors or anonymous allegations. They are the superintendent's own text messages. I believe the citizens of Salina can read these conversations and decide for themselves whether this reflects the professionalism and leadership they expect from those entrusted with operating our taxpayer-funded animal shelter. On February 5th, 2026, just days after Salina Animal Services failed a KDA inspection, Superintendent Andrea Murphy was texting a former employee, Emily Everett. Emily Everett no longer worked for the Salina Animal Services, yet Andrea Murphy was discussing an active state inspection and current employees with her. These are direct quotes. Andrea, shit is blowing up with the shelter. Emily, wait, like what? Oh God. Andrea, we failed a state inspection because Jersey went to the state making accusations. A handful of them were her fault, too. Emily, well, I saw the article about the state inspection, but I didn't know what the outcome was. So what does that mean? Andrea, we have already corrected everything, but the damage is done, and Jersey isn't employed anymore by her choice. Emily, yeah, she texted and said that she moved back to Iowa. It was so weird. I saw her that morning driving down Ohio, and then she was like, bye, I moved back home. Andrea, yep, she resigned effective immediately at lunch last Friday. Some stuff came out that morning, and she left. That same day, Andrea Murphy had another conversation again. These are direct quotes. Andrea, staff fucked up and let it slip who the contact was. Alexis, who? Andrea, she is no longer an employee. Alexis, wait, what? I would have thought she would have told me. Do you know the complaint? Andrea, euthanasia. She referenced things that Jersey said to Sarah, the inspector, which I then responded with, when was that conversation? Because I was the only one who spoke with Sarah during the inspection. Alexis, that's insane. Was the outcome bad? Andrea, and Jersey called in sick the day of the inspection. Andrea, yeah, we are fucked.
Wow.
Imagine.
Man, and they're still getting paid.
So these are our good employees that are getting paid. And yeah, and just to clear Jersey's name, Jersey didn't turn him into the state. We did. Because we got the letter from the whistleblowers that Katie was talking about. So I just want to clear Jersey's name for that. Don't hate the players.
You've been called worse.
Yeah, I've been caddy. I've been called pimp daddy down at the lake.
Who's your daddy?
Norm,
Who's your daddy?
Norm, can you address us, please?
Yeah.
Thanks.
Well, if you go to cloning, I don't know which name I should use. You know your birth certificate, your photo ID is not worth the paper it's written on? Okay, Norm out of Salina, Kansas. Don't fire your employees. Give them a raise and then you can fire them for unsatisfactory work habits. I've asked Human Resources. You can do it that way. As Trump said, you're fired. You can do it. Have any of you commissioners ever rolled up your sleeves, worked, helped the sewer or street repair employees when it's hot, standing in the hole? Street employees, that's one of the most dangerous jobs we got going. They get down there when it's hot and they got to get in the shit in the mud, and they do it. They should be more paid. I have talked to the Rolling Hill staff about which animal we got behind the bars. She says, we got the wrong animal behind the bars. We put them animals behind the bars to protect them from us humans. Now I'm going another place. Insider trading. Is a city commissioner, more than one, guilty of insider trading? Is he in a position, has information available that he makes a profit money-wise? That's an abuse of power. When the U.S. government captured the president of Venezuela recently, a person who had information, inside information available, he profited from that operation. You're profiting from your position. Was this in the news? Yep. Is this bigger than the animal shelter issue? Yes. Employees who were arrested. Has anyone reported this to the Salina County Attorney? The city has raised this question recently. I missed something. Cloning. Do you know horses were here on this planet before Christianity? Well, okay, I ain't going to argue with that.
Good choice. Good choice. Put the shovel down.
You're getting lots of exercise.
Before Tom Wilbur, Salina. Before I came to the meeting today, I spoke to the Kansas Department of Agriculture, their inspection department, and I referenced the things that the ladies have spoken to today. And I'm thinking you're probably going to have another inspection soon. The bottom line is you guys need to make a decision and move forward. We need a motion today to approve Prairie Paws. We need a second. We need a vote today. Doug, will you do that?
I will.
Okay. Also, on behalf of the good people, Andrea and Monique, I've asked for Martha Tasker's resignation because I care about the water in Salina that's been under her management for 30 years. And we got another glowing another glowing statement from Jacob. She's good people. We already know what the last two did. You have emergency powers, $100,000 to go out and help the water people. That's an emergency. On behalf of everybody in Salina, I request today that you end the cozy legal situation. On behalf of everybody in Salina, we need to vote to move forward on Prairie Pause. On behalf of everyone in Salina, we need to stop all discretionary spending, including the River Renewal Project, and we need to allow people to vote as to whether they want to move forward on that again in the general election. Thank you very much.
Tony Johnson, Salina. Last month, I submitted a CORA request for a list of all commissioners who have a statement of substantial interest on file. And Commissioner Ivy, yours still lists your previous employer. So your company performed over $10,000 worth of work for the city of Salina while not having updated this form. I would ask the city attorney if this is an ethics issue or a legal issue, because I'm not an attorney by any means, but it looks like it could be considered a Class B misdemeanor. While we're on the subject of the animal shelter, let's just spill some more tea. This email originated from Jacob Wood on Monday, July the 6th at 4:55 p.m. The subject is dog bite. It says, Mayor and Commissioners, over the weekend, one of Andrea Murphy's family friends who was visiting was bitten by one of her dogs. An animal control officer was called and a bite report was completed. Andrea was cited and there will be a municipal court case. The dog is not a pit bull, and it is not the same dog that the Justice for Animals Shelter folks have mentioned at previous meetings. Given this new case, we will be determining if we need to place Andrea back on full administrative leave. I wanted to let you know about the case because it is likely that it will go public in the near future. It's public now. I'm curious, this entire email, you tried to redact the entire thing. I'm trying to figure out the justification for that. I mean, you even had the subject line, tried to redact that out. So I think we need to be a little more transparent. Let's stop hiding. Stop hiding. Put your cards on the tables, guys. Same goes for you guys. I don't know. You all are far from ignorant men. I know this. But it doesn't take a man of very much smarts to figure out that this animal shelter has been in the toilet for over 3 years. It's on record. I mean, it's on record. All you got to do is go to YouTube, and these ladies keep bringing the same issues before you. I mean, we don't need a consultant. They told you everything you needed. I guarantee you, if any of you in your own private business had employees that were acting the way these ladies have uncovered, you wouldn't seek a consultant. You would make a decision and move forward swiftly. So anyway, thank you for your time.
Jesse White, Salina. And you guys have done an amazing job tonight, by the way. Like, awesome. I'd like to leave people with one thought. Salina's like an ecosystem, a living system. The commissioner's responsibilities are to establish vision, priorities, and policy. They're not expected to manage the day-to-day operations of government. That responsibility belongs to the city manager, the county staff, and the dedicated professionals who keep our community running every day. But effective policy begins with understanding the community it serves. Our schools educate, our businesses create opportunities, healthcare keeps people healthy, nonprofits and faith communities strengthen social fabric, families raise the next generation, and volunteers fill gaps where needs exist. Our local economy keeps resources moving throughout the community. Every part has a different role, but every part is connected. When one part struggles, the entire community feels it. When one part succeeds, the entire community benefits. And that's why I believe that our next step is not simply solving today's challenges, it's creating better connections between people, organizations, businesses, educators, and local governments that already serve this country. And this is what I mean when I say a community ecosystem. And it's a framework that helps every organization understand where it fits, how it contributes, how it can collaborate with others to create greater impact. It saves the city money on outside sourcing, our budget costs, all of that stuff. You can only do so much cutting. I would encourage a community collaboration council, which is a small group of council educators, engineers, healthcare professionals, business leaders, skilled tradespeople, nonprofit representatives, and community members. Somebody for the community to bounce ideas off of, but also somebody for you commissioners to turn to. I want to say as a gatekeeper, but I'll say it like that, as a gatekeeper, where you guys can then go and stuff that you might not know that much about to make the decision for an entire city. Now you have an expert panel you can turn to bounce ideas off of that, which gives you guys a better look because now you're paying attention and people feel heard. The goal and the role of those people would not be to make policy. It would be to listen, identify partnerships, explore grant opportunities, review community data, connect resources, and bring practical recommendations forward to help strengthen the decisions already being made. All of the problems can become an opportunity to connect all of these places together, and I believe that this commission has a unique opportunity not to just respond to today's issues, but to help build a model of collaboration that other rural communities can learn from. Not because we have the biggest budget or the fewest challenges, but because we recognize that our resources was our greatest resource is our people. We learn how to connect them, we learn how to listen, and we learn how to build together. If we choose collaboration over division, communication over isolation, and long-term partnership over short-term reactions, Salina has the opportunity to become an example, not just for Kansas, but rural communities all across America, and I believe that's a legacy worth building. Jacob, you've already said how Salina's done things that no other places were doing. Why can't we continue that? Why can't we come together? It has to, but it takes and I'm sorry, I know I'm over time, but if I'm going to apply for a job and I walk into a job and I get in a fight in the parking lot before I go into that job, I'm not going to sit there and wonder why I didn't get the job. Because my mouth ran, because I got into a fight, they're not going to hire me. But in that same breath, if you work for bosses that don't listen for you, you're going to be pissed off and you're going to say enough is enough and reach that breaking point. Yeah, there's no trust. I'm not lecturing you.
Thank you, Jess.
Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate your words.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners. John Blanchard, Salina. I wrote something about the water thing, and I completely missed the boat on that. So I'm going to talk about what everybody else is talking about here. And I just want to share with you that several weeks ago, whenever it was that you made the decision to hire the attorneys and represent, have the city pay for the representation of them, I had a lot of people that called me and asked me, John, was that the right thing to do? I think, if I'm not wrong, I think you guys voted 5-0 on that. I think you all agreed to support that. And so I told all these people that messaged me, I said, no, I think they did the right thing. I think the commissioners did what they had to do. I said, the justification that the attorney gave them and that the city manager gave them, I said, that's what they have to go on. And that's what I feel like you went on. So I had your back. I think after I sat here and listened to about 3 or 4 different emails, I'm shaking my head going like, did you guys know that stuff? Yep. Did they tell you, hey, these emails are part of the deal? Did they tell you that in that room? You knew about all of that, all of these emails? I tell you what, I apologize to everybody for having their backs, because I can't believe that you guys, that's not in their job description. They're not working within their normal means. They even admitted it, it sounded like, in their emails.
They held it from Doug.
I'm not going to speak to good people, bad people. I'm just saying, to the attorney, to the city manager, did they fully know what they were voting on, or did you withhold from them? Did they know that what they were voting on? Did you guys know what you were voting on? Did you know that these emails with the unredacted emails look like? I'm sitting here and I'm trying to figure out what was redacted and what wasn't redacted.
To avoid getting in a two-way conversation, what we voted to give them legal support for was not their on their job performance, but for the specific complaints.
I'm talking about when they talked about knowingly torturing and letting animals suffer. That wasn't part of their job description. They were not doing their jobs.
That issue is in the courts now, so we're not commenting about that.
Did you know about it then? You knew about all this stuff that was read today? You were aware of all that?
Sir, I'm not going to answer your questions today, and I'm going to advise the commissioners not to also.
Well, of course. What did you redact? What did you redact and what did you not redact? Did you tell them?
No.
Did you tell them? I mean, who's the custodian of records? Who's the custodian of records? Who's responsible for making sure that not only you guys get the information that you should have, if they're redacting information from you guys, what is going on here? You guys are the governing body. There are 5 no more powerful people in this community than the 5 of you. Anyway, I hope that you'll go. This is my thing. I've got your guys' back on this thing. I don't know what's going on over here. But I will say this. Please, go back, listen to whatever was read in those emails, and sync that up with your memories and figure out if what they told you on that day and what you voted on synced up with what you heard from those emails today. And I appreciate the difficult work that you guys are doing. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, anyone else? Okay, we have a couple of executive sessions to go into.
Before we do that, I would like to make that motion. I'm guessing it won't go anywhere, but this has been an issue since my beginning, and every meeting we go through the same thing over and over and over again. Everybody has already made an argument about why we should do it. So my motion is going to be that we start an immediate RFP process to find a private entity to take over our shelter as soon as possible.
Amen.
Come on, Warren, be a man. Second.
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 Animals are suffering. A cat died. The other dog died.
Okay.
You can't even let
that dies.
You do everything you can
Please.
to make them survive. You're a doctor. You would let a human survive, but you're going to shit on
That dies for a lack of a second. How long?
No intestinal fortitude.
How long for our first executive session?
10 minutes.
10 minutes. Okay.
Mayor, I request we move the City Commission recess into executive session for 10 minutes to discuss the potential acquisition of specific real estate, the identification of which would be contrary to the public interest, based upon the need for the preliminary discussion of the acquisition of real property pursuant to KSA 75-4319B6. The open meeting will resume in this room at
8:10.
8:10.
Second. We have a motion and a second to move into executive session pertaining to the acquisition of real estate for 10 minutes to discuss potential acquisition of real estate, the identification of which would be contrary to the public interest based upon the need for preliminary discussion of the acquisition of real property pursuant to KSA 75-4319B6. The open meeting will resume this room at 8:10. Possible action to follow. Who will be attending?
It will be Ron Marsh, Public Works Director, Tilden Crable, Landfill Supervisor, Sean Hennessy, Deputy City Manager, and Patrick Hoffman, City Attorney, and myself. Yeah, did you vote? Did they vote? Did you?
All those in favor of going into executive session, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, we are back in session. Where's our city manager? I guess we can go. We have another special executive session. Let's do 30 minutes.
Okay. Mayor, move the city commission recess into executive session for 30 minutes to discuss with special legal counsel the subject of legal considerations relating to the Cozy Inn versus City of Salina case based upon the need for consultation with an attorney for the public body, which would be deemed privileged in the attorney-client relationship pursuant to KSA 75-4319B2. The open meeting will resume in this room at 8:42.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to move into executive session for 30 minutes to discuss with special legal counsel the subject of legal considerations relating to the Cozy Inn versus City of Salina case based upon the need for consultation with an attorney for the public body, which would be deemed privileged in the attorney-client relationship pursuant to KSA 75-4319B2. The open meeting will resume in this room at 8:42. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay.
In attendance will be Sean Hennessy, Deputy City Manager, Patrick Hoffman, City Attorney, Todd Messenger, Special Legal Counsel, and then myself.
Mr. Mayor, I move the City Commission recess into executive session for an additional 20 minutes to discuss with... This is not on, sorry. Mr. Mayor, I move that the City Commission recess again into executive session for 20 minutes to discuss with special legal counsel the subject of legal considerations relating to the Cozy Inn versus City of Salina case based upon the need for consultation with an attorney for the public body, which would be deemed privileged in the attorney-client relationship pursuant to KSA 75-4319B2. The open meeting will resume in this room at
9:04.
9:04.
Sorry. We have a motion and a second to recess into executive session for 20 minutes to discuss with special legal counsel the subject of legal considerations relating to the Cozy Inn versus City of Salina case based upon the need for consultation with an attorney for the public body, which would be deemed privileged in the attorney-client relationship pursuant to KSA 75-4319B2. The open meeting will resume in this room at 9:04. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay. Go ahead.
25?
Yep.
Move the city commission again recess into executive session. I'm sorry, thank you. I again move the city commission recess into executive session for 25 minutes to discuss with special legal counsel the subject of legal considerations relating to the Cozy Inn versus City of Salina case based upon the need for consultation with an attorney for the public body, which would be deemed privileged in the attorney-client relationship pursuant to KSA 75-4319B2. The open meeting will resume in this room at 9:30.
Second.
We have a motion, a second, to move into recess into executive session for 25 minutes to discuss with special legal counsel the subject of legal considerations relating to the Cozy Inn versus City of Salina case based upon the need for consultation with an attorney for the public body, which would be deemed privileged in the attorney-client relationship pursuant to KSA 75-4319B2. The open meeting will resume in this room at 9:30. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay, we are back in session. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
Move to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay, thank you.